our purpose, our power, our people.
We're what makes Black America, Black America.
Because when we speak, the world listens.
We fight. We win. We repeat.
And in peace and power, we build together.
This is the NAACP. And with you by our side,
we won't stop until every Black community
is thriving.
Seventh night of peaceful protest descending into chaos. Police using tear gas to break up the crowd.
Millions posted a black square to social media today, showing their support for victims of police brutality.
A record number of allies are joining book clubs this month.
Protesters have taken to the streets, demanding justice.
A show of international solidarity with protesters.
When will this stop?
Another police shooting. Today in Atlanta.
COVID-19 hit Black Americans hard.
The NAACP steps in as the one other country disbands.
Many of us are wondering,
Are we back to square one?
This morning,
4 years ago, 28 million Americans posted the Black Square. If we had $1 for each one, we could make change that lasts. It's time to come together again. It's time to keep advancing.
We have such a ways to go in terms of not just the work in of itself, but also being recognized for the work that we are doing, because we are out here doing great work. And I'm really proud of us for it. And I know myself and other actors like myself are pushing for it, you know, to have the great writing, to have these great stories, to create these great characters that people can see themselves reflected in, that they can invest in. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like acting is supposed to be about play, and I want to play, but I also want people to feel seen.
You know what power sounds like?
This unprecedented gathering of young people.
Communities across this country recognize.
Double our efforts. We value people, and we will get it done.
Do you know what power looks like? It's rocking the vote, mobilizing for change, fighting for equality, and lending a helping hand.
Thank you so much,
You know what power feels like? Claiming our rightful seat, sustaining a 112-year legacy.
I've worked for the NAACP since 1954.
Holding our adversaries accountable and starving hate at its root. You know how power moves? It's committing to our cause, leaving a lasting impact with our partners, advocating for our civil rights, raising the next generation of leaders, and driving us through another year to a more just world.
Now we serve.
This is power in every Black form.
The way that some people romanticize going back to the homeland of the African continent, I believe that magic is in the South. And if we go back and return forward and are not afraid to love on the ancestors who bled into that soil, who sweat into that soil, who dreamed under that night sky, like literally thinking of what it took for a Harriet Tubman to be born in the South and dream big enough to free herself and hundreds of other people without any of the technology that we have. How could I believe, how could you, little girl, believe that you don't have something to offer with all of the tools at your disposal? You deserve to take up space there and for it to be beautiful.
What's most significant about Philadelphia is the power of the African American vote. And oftentimes we give too much power to political parties or candidates and not recognize our power.
This battleground, Philadelphia has a very diverse grouping of people, particularly in the Black community.
What's at stake is whether or not we have a democracy where our voice, our vote, our presence matter, or fascism where they will slowly take away the rights and privileges that we have grown accustomed to and minimize not only our citizenship, but minimize our human essence.
What is at stake is reproductive rights. What is at stake is the economy and the direction where the economy goes. What is at stake is our lives. What is at stake is voting rights this election cycle. In some places, what is at stake is our very own existence as a culture, as people, and most importantly, as the United States of America.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Are you ready to organize, mobilize, and agitate? Are you ready?
As a Black man, I can't tell you which way to vote. I can't tell you who to vote for, what to vote for, but just know that there is a whole lot that is at stake for us as Americans, us as Black men, us as women. There's a whole lot at stake, so just choose wisely. This is Tristan Mack Wilds, and I'm telling you to vote.
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 Vote. Our lives depend on it.
Did you see it?
Black women made history again. And diversity was front and center on the world stage.
Did you see it?
The long lines at polling places around the country as we voted like our lives depended on it.
Did you see it?
The way we put culture and community first.
Did you see it?
The way Black culture continued to fuel our entertainment and unity.
Did you see it?
Do you see it?
Continued advocacy, agitation, and resistance to protect our communities and the progress made over the past 116 years.
Do you see it?
Classrooms that include Black history as American history, because it is.
Do you see it?
The continued growth of Black businesses that close the wealth gap and build generational wealth.
Do you see it?
More inclusion, less division. People over party, love above hate.
Do you see it? We do.
We have a vision to advance
our opportunities, our impact, our legacies.
We just need you.
Visit NAACP.org and add your voice to the vision.
Film is one of those few, ways that we can connect with people as people and not always bring all of our assumptions and stereotypes. We can combat those stereotypes by pointing out how much we have in common. And so, I think about opportunities like that where they're available and how we can use film to bring us together rather than just, separate us. There's a lot already separating us.
The NAACP has been on the front lines in the fight for civil rights for over 100 years. For racial justice, for voting rights, and to keep advancing the rights of all Black Americans. That is our legacy. And the future is now. The future is you. Because the future always has been and always will be decided by those who use their voice, their will, their power to change the course of history. You can be one of them by supporting the NAACP today as a champion for change. Call or go online now to keepadvancing.org. Your donation of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, will help NAACP keep advancing in the fight for equity and justice. The NAACP is fighting for rights still denied to too many in this country. Fighting for better schools for our kids, health equity for our families, equal representation in the halls of justice, the right to vote, women's rights, and more. And together, with your support, we will win. Call or go to keepadvancing.org and give just $19 a month. When you use your credit card, you'll receive the special I'm All In t-shirt to show you're part of the fight. There is no time to wait. The future is unfolding now, and history has shown that one person can make all the difference. Today, that person can be you. Your support will help ensure that we don't go back to the injustices of the past, and you'll help make a future in which justice, equity, and freedom are realities for all people across the U.S. So please, call or go online to keepadvancing.org right now.
Black people in the U.S. and around the world have been made to endure. There's a story at the heart of it, right? There was a story that had to be told about our worth and who we were and what we could be to justify the things that have been done to us. But knowing that we have the right to our stories and that we have the right to share them is a fundamental step to freedom.
It's one thing to thrive, but it's another thing to do it for us. What does it mean to be Black and thriving? It means basking in our culture, our unique influence, our rhythm of joy. It means celebrating our community, our alma maters, our villages of pride and excellence. It means taking center stage, painting the town black, setting the standard on what it takes to be bold, talented, and revered. It means putting Black America first. No need for beginner's luck. We've been doing this. For culture, for community. We stand in the gap. We stand firm in our contributions, past and present. We advocate. We represent. We recognize. And when we vote, we vote. And vote. And vote again to make democracy work for Black America. And we make that happen because of you, because of us, because of them. We make good happen for culture, for community.
The internet has opened up so many doors. I have so many friends who have built careers simply off of the back of starting to do, online movie reviews on their YouTube page and making their own shows that way. And now they are interviewing the biggest stars there are, getting flown all over the world.
You have to say that with a little more attitude.
I was in the south of France.
There we go. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you. I like it.
When I start a show, we prayed about just being able to be what was necessary in the moment, to be a reflection of the light and love that has been shown to us in our lives. Those might have been words that my grandmother uttered as she was holding me, as she was dying, I was being born. I think people feel that. Ooh-wee. Baby. It's real, ain't it?
When we say this is power, we feel it. When we say we carry the culture, we show it.
And when we say Black women are supreme, we confirm it. Our purpose, our power, our people.
We're what makes Black America, Black America.
Because when we speak, the world listens.
We fight. We win. We repeat.
And in peace and power, we build together.
This is the NAACP. And with you by our side,
we won't stop until every Black community
is thriving.
Seventh night of peaceful protest descending into chaos. Police using tear gas to break up the crowd.
Millions posted a black square to social media today, showing their support for victims of police brutality.
A record number of allies are joining book clubs this month.
Protesters have taken to the streets, demanding justice.
A show of international solidarity with protesters.
When
in
will
Minneapolis.
this stop?
Another police shooting. Today in Atlanta.
COVID-19 hit Black Americans hard.
The NAACP steps in as the one other country disbands.
Many of us are wondering,
Are we back to square one?
This morning,
4 years ago, 28 million Americans posted the Black Square. If we had $1 for each one, we could make change that lasts. It's time to come together again. It's time to keep advancing.
We have such a ways to go in terms of not just the work in of itself, but also being recognized for the work that we are doing, because we are out here doing great work. And I'm really proud of us for it. And I know myself and other actors like myself are pushing for it, you know, to have the great writing, to have these great stories, to create these great characters that people can see themselves reflected in, that they can invest in. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like acting is supposed to be about play, and I want to play, but I also want people to feel seen.
You know what power sounds like?
This unprecedented gathering of young people.
Communities across this country recognize.
Double our efforts. We value people, and we will get it done.
Do you know what power looks like? It's rocking the vote, mobilizing for change, fighting for equality, and lending a helping hand. You know what power feels like? Claiming our rightful seat, sustaining a 112-year legacy.
I've worked for the NAACP since 1954.
Holding our adversaries accountable, and starving hate at its root. You know how power moves? It's committing to our cause, leaving a lasting impact with our partners, advocating for our civil rights, raising the next generation of leaders, and driving us through another year to a more just world.
Now we assert.
This is power in every Black form.
the way that some people romanticize going back to the homeland of the African continent, I believe that magic is in the South. And if we go back and return forward and are not afraid to love on the ancestors who bled into that soil, who sweat into that soil, who dreamed under that night sky, like literally thinking of what it took for a Harriet Tubman to be born in the South and dream big enough to free herself and hundreds of other people without any of the technology that we have. How could I believe, how could you, little girl, believe that you don't have something to offer with all of the tools at your disposal? You deserve to take up space there and for it to be beautiful.
What's most significant about Philadelphia is the power of the African American vote. And oftentimes we give too much power to political parties or candidates and not recognize our power.
This battleground, Philadelphia has a very diverse grouping of people, particularly in the Black community.
What's at stake is whether or not we have a democracy where our voice, our vote, our presence matter, or fascism where they will slowly take away the rights and privileges that we have grown accustomed to and minimize not only our citizenship, but minimize our human essence.
What is at stake is reproductive rights. What is at stake is the economy and the direction where the economy goes. What is at stake is our lives. What is at stake is voting rights this election cycle. In some places, what is at stake is our very own existence as a culture, as people, and most importantly, as the United States of America.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Are you ready to organize, mobilize, and agitate? Are you ready?
As a Black man, I can't tell you which way to vote. I can't tell you who to vote for, what to vote for, but just know that there is a whole lot that is at stake for us as Americans, us as Black men, us as women. There's a whole lot at stake, so just choose wisely. This is Tristan Mack Wilds, and I'm telling you to vote.
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 Vote. Our lives depend on it.
Did you see it?
Black women made history again. And diversity was front and center on the world stage.
Did you see it?
The long lines at polling places around the country as we voted like our lives depended on it.
Did you see it?
The way we put culture and community first.
Did you see it?
The way Black culture continued to fuel our entertainment and unity.
Did you see it?
Do you see it?
Continued advocacy, agitation, and resistance to protect our communities and the progress made over the past 116 years.
Do you see it?
Classrooms that include Black history as American history, because it is.
Do you see it?
The continued growth of Black businesses that close the wealth gap and build generational wealth.
Do you see it?
More inclusion, less division. People over party, love above hate.
Do you see it? We do. We have a vision to advance
our opportunities, our impact, our legacies.
We just need you.
Visit NAACP.org and add your voice to the vision.
Film is one of those few, ways that we can connect with people as people and not always bring all of our assumptions and stereotypes. We can combat those stereotypes by pointing out how much we have in common. And so, I think about opportunities like that where they're available and how we can use film to bring us together rather than just, separate us. There's a lot already separating us.
The NAACP has been on the front lines in the fight for civil rights for over 100 years. For racial justice, for voting rights, and to keep advancing the rights of all Black Americans. That is our legacy. And the future is now. The future is you. Because the future always has been and always will be decided by those who use their voice, their will, their power to change the course of history. You can be one of them by supporting the NAACP today as a champion for change. Call or go online now to keepadvancing.org. Your donation of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, will help NAACP keep advancing in the fight for equity and justice. The NAACP is fighting for rights still denied to too many in this country. Fighting for better schools for our kids, health equity for our families, equal representation in the halls of justice, the right to vote, women's rights, and more. And together, with your support, we will win. Call or go to keepadvancing.org and give just $19 a month. When you use your credit card, you'll receive the special I'm All In t-shirt to show you're part of the fight. There is no time to wait. The future is unfolding now. And history has shown that one person can make all the difference. Today, that person can be you. Your support will help ensure that we don't go back to the injustices of the past. And you'll help make a future in which justice, equity, and freedom are realities for all people across the U.S. So please, call or go online to keepadvancing.org right now.
Black people in the U.S. and around the world have been made to endure. There's a story at the heart of it, right? There was a story that had to be told about our worth and who we were and what we could be to justify the things that have been done to us. But knowing that we have the right to our stories and that we have the right to share them is a fundamental step to freedom.
It's one thing to thrive, but it's another thing to do it for us. What does it mean to be Black and thriving? It means basking in our culture, our unique influence, our rhythm of joy. It means celebrating our community, our alma maters, our villages of pride and excellence. It means taking center stage, painting the town black, setting the standard on what it takes to be bold, talented, and revered. It means putting Black America first. No need for beginner's luck. We've been doing this. For culture, for community, we stand in the gap. We stand firm in our contributions, past and present. We advocate, we represent, we recognize. And when we vote and vote and vote again to make democracy work for Black America. And we make that happen because of you, because of us, because of them. We make good happen for culture, for community.
The internet has opened up so many doors. I have so many friends who have built careers simply off of the back of starting to do, online movie reviews on their YouTube page and making their own shows that way. And now they are interviewing the biggest stars there are, getting flown all over the world.
You have to say that with a little more attitude.
I was in the south of France.
There we go. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you. I like it.
When I start a show, we prayed about just being able to be what was necessary in the moment to be a reflection of the light and love that has been shown to us in our lives. Those might have been words that my grandmother uttered as she was holding me, as she was dying, I was being born. I think people feel that. Ooh-wee. Baby. It's real, ain't it?
When we say this is power, we feel it. When we say we carry the culture, we show it.
And when we say Black women are supreme, we confirm it. Our purpose, our power, our people.
We're what makes Black America, Black America.
Because when we speak, the world listens.
We fight. We win. We repeat.
And in peace and power, we build together.
This is the NAACP.
Members of the staff, field staff, if you could go to each of the regions and inform them that the session begins at 10 a.m. and it is now 10:02. I need the regions to enter the room, regional delegates. So field staff, please have the delegates come to Hall A.
Another police shooting. Today in Atlanta.
COVID-19 hits Black Americans hard. The NAACP steps in as the one other country disbands its head. Many of us are wondering,
are we back to square one? 4 years ago, 28 million Americans posted the Black Square. If we had $1 for each one, we could make change that lasts. It's time to come together again. It's time to keep advancing.
We have such a ways to go in terms of not just the work in of itself, but also being recognized for the work that we are doing, because we are out here doing great work. And I'm really proud of us for it. And I know myself and other actors like myself are pushing for it, you know, to have the great writing, to have these great stories, to create these great characters that people can see themselves reflected in, that they can invest in. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like acting is supposed to be about play, and I want to play, but I also want people to feel seen.
You know what power sounds like?
This unprecedented gathering of young people.
Communities across this country recognize.
Double our efforts. We value people, and we will get it done.
Do you know what power looks like? It's rocking the vote, mobilizing for change, fighting for equality, and lending a helping hand.
Thank you so much,
You know what power feels like? Claiming our rightful seat, sustaining a 112-year legacy.
I've worked for the NAACP since 1954.
Holding our adversaries accountable and starving hate at its root. You know how power moves? It's committing to our cause, leaving a lasting impact with our partners, advocating for our civil rights, raising the next generation of leaders, and driving us through another year to a more just world.
Now we assert.
This is power in every Black form.
The way that some people romanticize going back to the homeland of the African continent, I believe that magic is in the South. And if we go back and return forward and are not afraid to love on the ancestors who bled into that soil, who sweat into that soil, who dreamed under that night sky, like literally thinking of what it took for a Harriet Tubman to be born in the South and dream big enough to free herself and hundreds of other people without any of the technology that we have. How could I believe, how could you, little girl, believe that you don't have something to offer with all of the tools at your disposal. You deserve to take up space there and for it to be beautiful.
What's most significant about Philadelphia is the power of the African American vote. And oftentimes we give too much power to political parties or candidates and not recognize our power.
This battleground, Philadelphia has a very diverse grouping of people, particularly in the Black community.
What's at stake is whether or not we have a democracy where our voice, our vote, our presence matter, or fascism where they will slowly take away the rights and privileges that we have grown accustomed to and minimize not only our citizenship, but minimize our human essence.
What is at stake is reproductive rights. What is at stake is the economy and the direction where the economy goes. What is at stake is our lives. What is at stake is voting rights, this election cycle. In some places, what is at stake is our very own existence as a culture, as people, and most importantly, as the United States of America.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Are you ready to organize, mobilize, and agitate? Are you ready?
As a Black man, I can't tell you which way to vote. I can't tell you who to vote for, what to vote for, but just know that there is a whole lot that is at stake for us as Americans, us as Black men, us as women. There's a whole lot at stake, so just choose wisely. This is Tristan Mack Wilds, and I'm telling you to vote.
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 Vote. Our lives depend on it.
Did you see it?
Black women made history again. And diversity was front and center on the world stage.
Did you see it?
The long lines at polling places around the country as we voted like our lives depended on it.
Did you see it?
The way we put culture and community first.
Did you see it?
The way Black culture continued to fuel our entertainment and unity.
Did you see it?
Do you see it?
Continued advocacy, agitation, and resistance to protect our communities and the progress made over the past 116 years.
Do you see it?
Classrooms that include Black history as American history, because it is.
Do you see it?
The continued growth of Black businesses that close the wealth gap and build generational wealth.
Do you see it?
More inclusion, less division. People over party, love above hate.
Do you see it? We do. We have a vision to advance
our opportunities, our impact, our legacies.
We just need you.
Visit NAACP.org and add your voice to the vision.
Film is one of those few, ways that we can connect with people as people and not always bring all of our assumptions and stereotypes. We can combat those stereotypes by pointing out how much we have in common. And so, I think about opportunities like that where they're available and how we can use film to bring us together rather than just, separate us. There's a lot already separating us.
The NAACP has been on the front lines in the fight for civil rights for over 100 years. For racial justice, for voting rights, and to keep advancing the rights of all Black Americans. That is our legacy. And the future is now. The future is you. Because the future always has been and always will be decided by those who use their voice, their will, their power to change the course of history. You can be one of them by supporting the NAACP today as a champion for change. Call or go online now to keepadvancing.org Your donation of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, will help NAACP keep advancing in the fight for equity and justice. The NAACP is fighting for rights still denied to too many in this country. Fighting for better schools for our kids, health equity for our families, equal representation in the halls of justice, the right to vote, women's rights, and more. And together, with your support, we will win. Call or go to keepadvancing.org and give just $19 a month. When you use your credit card, you'll receive this special I'm All In t-shirt to show you're part of the fight. There is no time to wait. The future is unfolding now. And history has shown that one person can make all the difference. Today, that person can be you. Your support will help ensure that we don't go back to the injustices of the past. And you'll help make a future in which justice, equity, and freedom are realities for all people across the U.S. So please, call or go online to keepadvancing.org right now.
Black people in the U.S. and around the world have been made to endure. There's a story at the heart of it, right? There was a story that had to be told about our worth and who we were and what we could be to justify the things that have been done to us. But knowing that we have the right to our stories and that we have the right to share them is a fundamental step to freedom.
It's one thing to thrive, but it's another thing to do it for us. What does it mean to be Black and thriving? It means basking in our culture, our unique influence, our rhythm of joy. It means celebrating our community, our alma maters, our villages of pride and excellence. It means taking center stage, painting the town black, setting the standard on what it takes to be bold, talented, and revered. It means putting Black America first. No need for beginner's luck. We've been doing this. For culture, for community. We stand in the gap. We stand firm in our contributions, past and present. We advocate. We represent. We recognize. And when we vote, we vote. And vote. And vote again to make democracy work for Black America. And we make that happen because of you, because of us, because of them. We make good happen for culture, for community.
David?
The internet has opened up so many doors. I have so many friends who have built careers simply off of the back of starting to do, online movie reviews on their YouTube page and making their own shows that way. And now they are interviewing the biggest stars there are, getting flown all over the world.
You have to say that with a little more attitude.
I was in the south of France.
There we go. I knew you had it in you. I knew you had it in you. I like it.
start a show. We prayed about just being able to be what was necessary in the moment, to be a reflection of the light and love that has been shown to us in our lives. Those might have been words that my grandmother uttered as she was holding me, as she was dying, I was being born. I think people feel that. Ooh-wee. Baby! It's real, ain't it?
When we say this is power, we feel it. When we say we carry the culture, we show it.
And when we say Black women are supreme, we confirm it. Our purpose, our power, our people.
We're what makes Black America, Black America.
Because when we speak, the world listens.
We fight. We win. We repeat.
And in peace and power, we build together.
This is the NAACP. And with you by our side,
we won't stop until every Black community
is thriving.
Seventh night of peaceful protest descending into chaos. Police using tear gas to break up the crowd.
Millions posted a black square on social media today, showing their support for victims of police brutality.
A record number of allies are joining book clubs this month.
Protesters have taken to the streets, demanding justice.
A show of international solidarity with protesters. When will this stop?
Another police shooting. Today in Atlanta.
I do want to say something.
The NAACP steps in.
Delegates, please do not move the state stanchions at this point.
4 years ago,
Leave the floor set as it is set.
if we had $1 for each one, we could make change that lasts. It's time to come together again. It's time to keep advancing.
We have such a ways to go in terms of not just the work in of itself, but also being recognized for the work that we are doing, because we are out here doing great work. And I'm really proud of us for it. And I know myself and other actors like myself are pushing for it, you know, to have the great writing, to have these great stories, to create these great characters that people can see themselves reflected in, that they can invest in. And yeah, it's just, yeah, it's like acting is supposed to be about play, and I want to play, but I also want people to feel seen.
You know what power sounds like?
This unprecedented gathering of young people.
Communities across this country recognize.
Double our efforts. We value people, and we will get it done.
Do you know what power looks like? It's rocking the vote, mobilizing for change, fighting for equality, and lending a helping hand.
Thank you so much,
You know what power feels like? Claiming our rightful seat, sustaining a 112-year legacy.
I've worked for the NAACP since 1954.
Holding our adversaries accountable and starving hate at its root. You know how power moves? It's committing to our cause, leaving a lasting impact with our partners, advocating for our civil rights, raising the next generation of leaders, and driving us through another year to a more just world.
Now we assert.
This is power in every Black form.
The way that some people romanticize going back to the homeland of the African continent, I believe that magic is in the South. And if we go back and return for it and are not afraid to love on the ancestors who bled into that soil, who sweat into that soil, who dreamed under that night sky, like literally thinking of what it took for a Harriet Tubman to be born in the South and dream big enough to free herself and hundreds of other people without any of the technology that we have. How could I believe, how could you, little girl, believe that you don't have something to offer with all of the tools at your disposal? You deserve to take up space there and for it to be beautiful.
What's most significant about Philadelphia is the power of the African American vote. And oftentimes we give too much power to political parties or candidates and not recognize our power.
This battleground, Philadelphia has a very diverse grouping of people, particularly in the Black community.
What's at stake is whether or not we have a democracy where our voice, our vote, our presence matter, or fascism where they will slowly take away the rights and privileges that we have grown accustomed to and minimize not only our citizenship, but minimize our human essence.
What is at stake is reproductive rights. What is at stake is the economy and the direction where the economy goes. What is at stake is our lives. What is at stake is voting rights this election cycle. In some places, what is at stake is our very own existence as a culture, as people, and most importantly, as the United States of America.
Are you ready to make your voices heard? Are you ready to organize, mobilize, and agitate? Are you ready?
As a Black man, I can't tell you which way to vote. I can't tell you who to vote for, what to vote for, but just know that there is a whole lot that is at stake for us as Americans, us as Black men, us as women. There's a whole lot at stake, so just choose wisely. This is Tristan Mack Wilds, and I'm telling you to vote.
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 Vote. Our lives depend on it.
Did you see it?
Black women made history again. And diversity was front and center on the world stage.
Did you see it?
The long lines at polling places around the country as we voted like our lives depended on it.
Did you see it?
The way we put culture and community first.
Did you see it?
The way Black culture continued to fuel our entertainment and unity.
Did you see it?
Do you see it?
Continued advocacy, agitation, and resistance to protect our communities and the progress made over the past 116 years.
Do you see it?
Classrooms that include Black history as American history, because it is.
Do you see it?
The continued growth of Black businesses that close the wealth gap and build generational wealth.
Do you see it?
More inclusion, less division. People over party, love above hate.
Do you see it? We do.
We have a vision to advance
our opportunities, our impact, our legacies.
We just need you.
Visit NAACP.org and add your voice to the vision.
Film is one of those few, ways that we can connect with people as people and not always bring all of our assumptions and stereotypes. We can combat those stereotypes by pointing out how much we have in common. And so, I think about opportunities like that where they're available and how we can use film to bring us together rather than just, separate us. There's a lot already separating us.
The NAACP has been on the front lines in the fight for civil rights for over 100 years. For racial justice, for voting rights, and to keep advancing the rights of all Black Americans. That is our legacy. And the future is now. The future is you. Because the future always has been and always will be decided by those who use their voice, their will, their power to to change the course of history. You can be one of them by supporting the NAACP today as a champion for change. Call or go online now to keepadvancing.org. Your donation of just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, will help NAACP keep advancing in the fight for equity and justice. The NAACP is fighting for rights still denied to too many in this country. Fighting for better schools for our kids, health equity for our families, equal representation in the halls of justice, the right to vote, women's rights, and more. And together, with your support, we will win. Call or go to keepadvancing.org and give just $19 a month. When you use your credit card, you'll receive the special I'm All In t-shirt to show you're part of the fight. There is no time to wait. The future is unfolding now, and history has shown that one person can make all the difference. Today, that person can be you. Your support will help ensure that we don't go back to the injustices of the past, and you'll help make a future in which justice, equity, and freedom are realities for all people across the U.S. So please, call or go online to keepadvancing.org right now.
Black people in the US and around the world have been made to endure. There's a story at the heart of it, right? There was a story that had to be told about our worth and who we were and what we could be to justify the things that have been done to us. But knowing that we have the right to our stories and that we have the right to share them is a fundamental step to freedom.
It's one thing to thrive, but it's another thing to do it for us. What does it mean to be Black and thriving? It means basking in our culture, our unique influence, our rhythm of joy. It means celebrating our community, our alma maters, our villages of pride and excellence. It means taking center stage, painting the town black, setting the standard on what it takes to be bold, talented, and revered. It means putting Black America first. No need for beginner's luck. We've been doing this. For culture, for community. We stand in the gap. We stand firm in our contributions, past and present. We advocate. We represent. We recognize. And when we vote, and vote, and vote again to make democracy work for Black America. And we make that happen because of you, because of us, because of them. We make good happen for culture, for community.
I stand before you this evening with two questions. Are you sick and tired of being sick and tired? Will you stand with the NAACP in this struggle? Now is the time. Focused on our vision of an inclusive society where equity is the rule and where diversity is recognized, valued, and seen as a resource. Will you stand with the NAACP tonight and declare that there will be no kings here, no emperors here, no dictators here? Now is the time. Stand with us tonight, focused on our mission to create an inclusive society. Now is definitely the time. Will you be fierce in your determination to build an inclusive society? Now is the time. Will you commit with a sense of urgency to advancing our vision and our mission? Now is the time. Will you stand with us tonight? Fiercely committed to urgently march on until victory is won. Now is the time. Will you stand? Will you stand with the NAACP? It is our time to make a difference. Peace and power.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of the 116th NAACP National Convention. Representing the Binghamton University College chapter, please welcome member of the NAACP National Board of Directors and the presiding officer for this morning, Ms. Gia Greenwich.
Good morning, everyone. It is an honor to stand before you today at this incredible gathering, the 116th NAACP National Convention in the great state of North Carolina. I'm Gia Greenwich, Vice Chair of this convention and National Youth Works Committee Chair, and I'm so grateful to be part of an organization and community that celebrates our collective power, resilience, and bright future. This year's theme, the urgency of now, calls us to action. It invites us to reflect on how far we've come and to recognize that the moment to create change is right here and right now. Our community's strength lies in our ability to innovate, inspire, and uplift one another because our time is now. This convention is more than a gathering. It's an empowering, immersive experience, a space where voices are amplified, ideas are exchanged, and bonds are strengthened. Each year, we come together to celebrate our collective power and to push the boundaries of what's possible. We attract change makers, thought leaders, entrepreneurs, scholars, entertainers, influencers, and creatives, all united by a shared purpose, to move the NAACP forward while honoring the rich history that bears witness to our perseverance. Our history fuels our future, and our future depends on us embracing our youth. A vital part of this moment is ensuring that every voice is heard, especially our youth. To our young leaders, your voice is powerful and vital in shaping tomorrow. Your energy, ideas, and authenticity are what keep our movement alive and vibrant. To our elders, your stories, experiences, guidance, and mentorship are the foundation on which we build. Your wisdom lights the way. To make an announcement, Reverend Kenneth Dukes from Alabama lost his cell phone. So if anyone does find a cell phone, please bring it up to the stage so we can return it. Thank you.
And now, to give this morning's invocation, please welcome Mr. Makis Blue of Little Rock AME Zion Church.
Hello? Oh, okay. Let us pray. Lord God, please put your hand over the people attending today's sessions. of the 116th National Convention of the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. Use every resolution and every election as a vehicle to execute your will in the lives of your people and in this world. Allow the decisions made today to be just what is needed in these urgent times as we continue striving to reach true equality and to eliminate race-based discrimination. I count it done according to your will, and in Jesus' name I pray to the one and only everlasting God. Amen.
At this time, please welcome Chairman of the NAACP, the Honorable Leon W. Russell.
Good morning, delegates. As you assemble, we have exactly the appropriate number of seats for the registered delegates. So I will remind you that only registered delegates are in this room this morning. So if you don't have a little red strip across the bottom of your badge, you are not supposed to be in this room. You should be in room C2. At this time, I want to call President Derek Forward, Dayton Branch, Ohio, Chairman of the Credentials Committee, for a credentials report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, NAACP family. Good morning. All right, here is the credentials report for today. So we have adult, Region 1, adult alternates 10, delegates 146, total 156. Youth, alternates 7, delegates 38, total 45. Total Region 1 alternates 17, delegates 184, grand total 201. Region 2, adult alternates 45, delegates 297, total 342. Youth alternates 16, delegates 42, grand total 58. Total Region 2 alternates 61, delegates 339. Total for Region 2, 400. Region 3, adult alternates 14, delegates 223, total 237. Youth 12 alternates, 58 delegates, total 70. Region 3 alternates 26, delegates 281, total for Region 3 307. Region 4, adult alternates 5, delegates 42, total 47. Youth 3 delegates, total 3. Region 4, total 5 alternates, 45 delegates, 50 total. Region 5, adult alternates 72, 488 delegates, 560. Youth 18 alternates, delegates 57, total 75. Total of Region 5, 90 alternates, 545 delegates, total 635. Region 6, adult alternates 5, delegates 90, total 95. Youth 2, some alternates, delegates is 10, total 12. Total for Region 6, alternates is 7, delegates 100, total 107. Region 7, adults alternates 8, delegates 133, total 141. Youth 12, delegates 28, total 40. Total for Region 7, 20 alternates, 161 delegates, for a total of 181. For today, grand total for alternates is 230. Delegates, 1,781, for a grand total of 2,011. Mr. Chairman, I move for adoption of the credentials report.
Properly moved and seconded that we approve the credentials report. Is there any discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion will say aye. Those opposed? The ayes have it, and the credentials report is received. Thank you, Mr. Forward, and members of the Credentials Committee. So, let me do a couple of things as we prepare to get into our legislative session. First thing that I want to inform you of is that in your schedule there is an election for the board member elected by the convention listed. Only one candidate turned in a valid petition on time on yesterday. Their credentials, their petitions were reviewed, and all of the signatures were appropriate. That person was placed in nomination and elected unanimously by those delegates who chose to stay in the plenary session. So, Ms. Danielle Sidnor of Ohio was elected. For those of you who have your books with you, on page 99 you will find the rules of this session. I am going to call on our parliamentarian, Mr. James E.G. of Farmville, Virginia, who will present the rules.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates, the rules for this legislative session are as follows. All voting shall be done by your clickers. No amendment shall be considered to any of the resolution that has not been previously submitted in writing on the amendment form found at the back of this resolution packet. No delegate may speak to a single issue more than twice. No delegate may speak more than 3 minutes per recognition. Delegates who wish to speak shall stand at a microphone to be recognized. Delegates who are recognized shall identify themselves by name and unit represented. Resolutions this morning shall be adopted by the sections unless a delegate asks to address an individual resolution with a proposed amendment or with debate. Mr. Chairman, I move the adoption of these rules.
It's properly moved and seconded that we adopt the rules. Is there discussion? Hearing none, all those in favor of adoption of the rules will say aye. Those opposed, the ayes have it, and the rules are adopted. I will remind you, and I want you to do this quickly if you have a brainstorm that says we need to amend a resolution. The amendment form is in the back of your packet at page 98. Must be turned in writing, and to that, if you will notice, volunteers in the green shirts, raise your hands. Each section of the room has volunteers. Rather than you trying to run your amendment up to the stage, give it to one of the volunteers, and they will bring it to the little group of tables down here so that it can be approved and sent up to me. Mr. G described what we call in this session the Huffman Rule, the Alice Huffman Rule. which is really very specific. Unless there is an amendment to a resolution in one of the sections, and the sections are like civil rights, education, economic development, those are the sections. If there is no amendment to be considered and people are satisfied with that section, we will vote on that section as a whole rather than taking each resolution individually. Now, this is the third year that we have had the clicker. We will vote by clicker. Everybody have a clicker. Raise your clickers. Now, the first thing you need to know, when you are ready to vote, please push the green or red button. Don't try to push the word yes or no. If you want to vote, click the green button if you are in favor. Push the red button if you oppose. If you don't know what to do, push the yellow button. Okay? Now, let me explain to you. You can push all of these buttons all day long. But when I close the voting, which may be as long as 2 minutes, depending on what's going on, but probably not. When I close the voting, whatever the last thing you touched on this clicker is going to be what's recorded on the screen. Okay? Now, green button for yes, red button for no. Yellow button is abstention. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know why I'm here. Whatever the case may be. All right. Your votes will be submitted and we will see them recorded on the screen. Okay? Time limits. We're not here for folks to make speeches. You have a 3-minute time limit. I have a timer in front of me. You have a timer in front of you, right here at the front of the stage. Please pay attention to that timer. You must use the microphone to be recognized. And for all of those purposes, there's microphone 1 here, 2 here, 3 there, 4 there, 5 is over there, 6 is over here, 7 is somewhere over there. 7 is back near West Virginia. 8 is back near Maryland. 9 is back near New York, and 10 is back beside Arizona. So you must go to the microphone in order to be recognized. Important thing. There is no luncheon scheduled against this meeting. You will be brought. You will not get up. You will be brought your lunch to your table. You don't need a ticket. You will be brought your lunch to your table. Now, let me explain so you're not confused. We have 2 options. We have a turkey sandwich or a vegetarian option. So those will be your choices when lunch is brought to your table. All right. Now let me see the rest of my bathrooms. Bathrooms. If you look to my right, you see the little red sign up on the wall? You see the little lady with the hat? And you see the little gentleman over here. You don't have to leave the hall. Women is right here. Men is right on this end. Okay? Now, if you do have to leave the room for any reason, please leave your clicker in the room. If you forget, we're going to ask you for it before you go out the door, and it will be returned to you when you come back in. All right? So with that, we are ready to begin. Let me introduce to you the persons who will be reading the resolve clauses of the resolutions and making the motions with respect to each of those resolutions. You have Board Member Mady Robinson from the great state of South Carolina, who serves as Vice Chair of the National Resolutions Committee. Ms. Robinson. You have Board Member Mr. Alfonso Braggs from Honolulu, Hawaii, who serves as a member of the National Resolutions Committee. They will be alternating, presenting resolutions to you. And we will begin with our civil rights section, and whichever one of you has been. All right, Ms. Robinson. Okay, wait just a moment. I know you heard those excellent instructions with respect to the clicker, but we're going to test you. We are going to test you. And so the question that you will be voting on: was the NAACP founded in 1909? Click your green button for yes or your red button for no. This is a test. Was the NAACP founded in 1909? Yes or no? Now, I know that there are over 1,600 people in the room. So I'm looking for 1,600 votes up there on that screen. You see the screens behind me. Anybody confused? Anybody already lost your clicker? If you don't know how to operate the clicker, just hold the clicker up and someone will come and technically talk you through the process. Now, all right, I'm looking for 1,600. I don't know what y'all are doing, but we need you to vote quicker. If you have not voted, I have a problem. We're clicking the green button for yes if you think the NAACP was founded in 1909. We're clicking the red button for no. Good. All right, I'm looking for a couple of hundred more people. Green for yes. The NAACP was founded in 1909. Red for no. All right. I'm going to trust that if your neighbor does not understand how to use the clicker, you will explain it to them. Or that they will raise their hand and get assistance. All right, we are going to close the voting and see who knows their, ooh. All right, all right, all right, okay. Somebody gonna get their green, their black card revoked. All right. Ms. Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, delegates. It is good to have you in Region 5 this morning. I will be reading resolutions along with my colleague, Alfonso Braggs. If you would turn to page 14, Civil Rights. There are no amendments?
No, there is one amendment on page 14. To resolution number 1, there is one amendment.
Okay. I will be reading the resolve. What do I need to read? The resolve and then the amendment? Yes. Page 14, Civil Rights. I will be reading the resolve, which is on page 15, starting about midway, page 15. I have one amendment. I'm going to read the resolve first, and then I'll read the proposed amendment. And committee, if you tell us what your position is. Okay. Here.
You have it. It's at the top of your packet.
It's this. It's
amendment to number 1. Go ahead.
Resolution number 1, Civil Rights, defending the rights, humanity, and dignity of LGBTQIA+ individuals amid rising discrimination and federal rollbacks. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP unequivocally condemns all policies, practices, and initiatives, whether domestic or foreign, that deny the humanity, dignity, or rights of LGBTQIA+ individuals. Be it further resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its commitment to advocating for civil, human, cultural, political, and economic rights of LGBTQIA+ individuals in the workplace, education, healthcare, and beyond. Be it further resolved that the NAACP calls upon all levels of government to fully fund and protect gender-affirming healthcare, inclusive education, wraparound services, and research that affirms the identities of transgender and non-binary people. Be it further resolved that the NAACP supports the right of individuals to self-identify their gender in all legal and institutional settings and opposes legislation that restricts this right. Be it further resolved that the NAACP opposes Project 2025 and similar far-right initiatives and urges governments to rescind and reject harmful policies that roll back protections for LGBTQIA+ individuals. Be it further resolved that the NAACP commits to educating its membership and the broader public on the challenges facing LGBTQIA+ individuals, particularly Black LGBTQIA+ individuals, and to fostering inclusive policies within its own ranks and throughout society. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP urges U.S. foreign policy to explicitly support LGBTQIA+ rights by empowering embassies to conduct equity work, build international partnerships, and visibly support LGBTQIA+ communities by flying the LGBTQIA+ flag, and reaffirms its unwavering commitment to challenging all efforts that seek to erode or undermine LGBTQIA+ rights and dignity. I move the adoption of this resolution.
Deserves support. Properly supported, Madam.
There is one amendment to this resolution. And the committee accepts the amendment. The author of the resolution, of the amendment is, I don't see it. Linda S-P-A-T.
Linda Spar.
Islip Misstown Branch
Islip.
in New York.
Is Ms. Spar at a microphone? Ms. Spar at a microphone. I see someone at microphone 1.
And I am not Ms. Barr.
Are you standing to speak on this resolution?
Yes, I have a question. May I?
Go ahead.
My name is LaKenya Jones Green. I am from 5606B, the Nashville branch. And I do have a question. My question is, how are you all going to, ensure, especially in the conservative states, ensure that this is carried out in those units?
Excuse me. Hold on, committee. This is the work of the NAACP. Once it becomes policy, there will be program attached to it that will be the responsibility of units to carry out. Microphone 7.
My name is Linda Spar from the Islip Smithtown branch. I submitted the amendment, and it was just to add an additional act that the Trump administration has committed against transgender people.
And the committee accepts your amendment.
Thank you, sir.
Any other discussion on the resolution? Seeing none, all those in favor of adopting the resolution as amended will click your green button. We're voting on resolution number 1 as amended. I'm looking for at least 1,200 votes. Voting on concurrence with resolution number 1 as amended. All delegates should be voting. Green button for yes, red button for no, yellow button if you are abstaining. All delegates should be voting. Green button yes, red button no. Voting will close. The resolution is adopted as amended by a vote of 876 to 100. Now, ladies and gentlemen, there are at least 1,450 clickers in the hall. You came to vote on the legislation that is put before you. So I expect to see 1,500 votes when I close the vote. Resolution is adopted. Next section is criminal justice.
No,
Commemorative. Oh, we're moving to commemorative?
Yes, sir. Right here.
Oh, I didn't open my page.
There you go.
There are no amendments? Madam? Oh. Well, if there are no amendments, move the section.
The next resolution, commemorative memorial, the Montford Point Marines. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP, therefore be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People hereby commends the dedicated services to our country and democracy of the Montford Point Marines. Mr. Chair, I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt commemorative memorial resolution number 1, Montford Point Marines. Is there discussion? Question has been called. All those in favor of the motion will click your green button. All those opposed will click your red button. We're using clickers to vote, ladies and gentlemen. Green button, not the word yes. Green button for yes. Not the word no. Red button for no. If you are abstaining, yellow button. Green button for yes, red button for no. And I can move this process if y'all click those buttons a little quicker. Green button for yes, red button for no. We are in the voting process now. Sorry, I did not see you before I called for the vote. You have a question about the clicker? Hold your hand up. There's a clicker question at microphone 4. You don't need to ask me. Somebody will come talk to you. Hold your hand up at microphone 4 so that the technicians can see you. All votes have been cast. Close the voting. Close the voting. The resolution is adopted by a vote of 1,214 to 28. Madam?
None. Next resolution is criminal justice. Committee has no amendments. Move adoption, Mr. Chair.
There are no amendments to the criminal justice section. Is there? Did I hear somebody seeking? There are no amendments.
The committee has no amendments.
Staff, is there an amendment?
We're going to the mic to Hamlin.
Microphone number 3, we do not have an amendment form before us. Microphone number 3.
Yes, actually, there was an amendment submitted.
One thing at a time. Is there a delegate needs to clarify with the table as to whether or not she submitted. We are on the section on criminal justice, resolution number 1. Question is, was there an amendment form submitted? No, but is there one on criminal justice? That's the question. This is where. That's done. We're looking for an amendment to resolution number 1 under criminal justice. All right, we're going to skip for a moment economic development. There are a number of resolutions. If you have issues with your clickers, hold up your hands now if you're having clicker issues. Yeah. Okay, cool. We'll add that. No, it's already up there. It is up there. Economic development. Ms. Robinson, economic development. Yes. I have several. So we're going to start with number one under economic development.
Page 19, economic development.
There's no discussion on the floor, so what does the delegate stand for at microphone 7?
I stand for a point of process question. Last year,
there's no such thing, but go ahead.
Okay, well, okay, that's fine, but last year you showed the abstain votes.
We will show the abstentions.
Okay, thank you.
That don't count.
Economic development, page 19. I'm going to read the resolve, which starts on page 20. Resolution number 1 on the economic development, protecting single mothers, addressing vulnerabilities, and enhancing support systems. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP advocates for paid family leave policies to ensure single mothers can care for their children without risk and job security. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for legislation that expands the child tax credit and earned income tax credit to provide financial relief to low-income single mother households. Be it further resolved that the NAACP demands all states provide adequate child care funding and resources to make quality child care accessible and affordable. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for enhanced mental health services tailored to the unique challenges associated with being a single mother. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP commits to raising awareness through education and resources about the challenges faced by single mothers to promote equitable policies and practice. Mr. Chair, I move adoption. I believe we have some amendments.
Motion is to adopt,
We have
and
some
there
amendments.
are amendments.
Okay. We do have amendments. This amendment was submitted by Melissa McKenna from Montgomery County, Maryland.
Ms. McKenna, are you at a microphone? Ms. McKenna, are you at a microphone? Microphone number 8. State your amendment.
I propose,
Go ahead and let me correct myself. Introduce yourself. Tell us what unit you are from.
Melissa McKenna, Branch 7022, Montgomery County, Maryland. I am proposing changing the title to correct mothers into parents, and in the resolves to change mothers to parents in the first, second, fourth, and fifth resolved statements.
Changing the word mother to parents. Committee is not in favor of that, so we will, that means that we just move to debate. On the amendment, is there debate on Ms. McKenna's amendment? Move to a microphone. If you wish to speak to an amendment, you got to go to a mic, number 3. Microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I stand in support of the proposed amendment. There are grandparents who are now guardians of children, and if you simply say mother, you would exclude those. There are fathers that are guardians and parents of children. So if you say mother, you will actually exclude who I think are caregivers of our children that's disproportionately represented in our community that are being raised compared to others. So I stand in support of this amendment.
Well, y'all need to argue. Other discussion. I see microphone number 4.
Hi
Who are
there.
you and where are you from?
My name is Rebecca, and I'm a proud member from Hampton, Virginia.
And are you speaking to the amendment?
I'm speaking to the amendment. My only concern is with the first whereas clause. If the amendment is adopted, then I believe it might change the statistics cited. Oh, I'm sorry. That would actually be the third whereas clause. Just for factual accuracy, perhaps it should be that the statistics are removed because the statistics speak to
Talk to the microphone, madam.
Under the third whereas clause, just to keep everything factually accurate, I propose that the statistical references be removed because it cites to census.
You're attempting to amend. We are addressing the amendment entered by the delegate from Maryland that wants to change the word mother to parent. The committee is concerned that changing the word mother changes the intent of the resolution.
While I support the spirit of the resolution, I believe that there should be consideration given to the changes or how it affects the statistical information provided.
You're agreeing with the committee, but you don't know it.
Okay, thank you.
Microphone number 2.
Thank you, sir. I'm Edward DuBose from the great state of Georgia. I actually agree with the amendment, and I'll tell you why. As a mental health professional for over 20 years, working with families who have been involved with the DFAC, DHR system, whatever you want to call it, grandparents are hands-on. Other parents are hands-on. I myself was raised by a single mother, but I had a grandmother and a family setting. So I am in full support of adding the word parents. Thank you.
On microphone number 1, speaking to the amendment, identify yourself and speak.
My name is David Means, the president of Atlanta branch. I'm in full support. For 10 years, I was a single father, and so we must include the parents so the fathers will not be left out. So I'm in full support of the amendment.
Microphone number 5.
My name is John Cox.
Microphone 5.
My name is John Cox. I'm from Gwinnett County, Georgia. And as a single father, I think we also should be counted.
Microphone number 8.
Hi, so I'm rising in support of the amendment for all of the reasons stated before, but additionally, non-binary people can be parents. Black non-binary people are also represented in these statistics. So changing the word to parent would be more inclusive for LGBTQIA members who go by different pronouns.
Microphone number 1.
Hi, Davita King Brown, 3012 DuPage. I am in support of not amending it and keeping this the way that it is. For the reasons that were stated by the national office, this does change the narrative of the entire resolution. This resolution was designed specifically for single mothers, and the statistics speak to single mothers, specifically people of color, single mothers. So that changes the entire narrative of the resolution itself.
Microphone number 5.
I'm Vanessa Cummings from Oxford, Ohio, and I agree with what was just stated at mic number 1. I believe that we do need to address single parents and the various parents, but that would need to be under a separate resolution in order to address that accurately. Otherwise, the entire bill is in conflict with the information contained therein.
Microphone number 4.
Mr. Chair, Bobby J. Pearson, Alabama 50 AB. I move we close debate.
Motion is to cut off debate, and apparently it's supported. That requires a 2/3 vote. All of those in favor of cutting off debate will click your green clicker. If you are in favor of cutting off debate, green for yes, red for no. We're not doing voice votes, we're voting by clicker. Everyone voted? Motion is to cut off debate. All those in favor of cutting off the debate, click your green clicker. Those opposed, click your red clicker. Voting is closed. Voting is closed. Debate is ended. 999 to 175. We have closed debate on the amendment. Although, and we're moving to a vote on the amendment. The amendment is to change the word mother to parent. That is the vote. We're not voting on the resolution at this point. We're voting on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment to change the word from mother to parent will click your green clicker. If you oppose, click the red clicker. The vote, to clarify for you, if you favor changing the word mother to parents, click the red button rather. If you oppose that, click the red button. If you abstain, click the yellow button. And this is on the amendment, not the full resolution. Close the vote, rather. Close the vote. And the amendment fails, 619 to 521. Next amendment is on page 20, madam. I'm sorry. It's the same amendment, I'm sorry. So we do not need to take that up. It's the same amendment. We're not going to. Those were the amendments to resolution number 1 under economic development. We're moving to the vote, and the question before you is to adopt resolution number 1 under economic development. If you want to adopt the resolution, click your green button. If you oppose the resolution, click your red button. If you abstain, click your yellow button.
Expanding support. Okay, the next one.
What? There's no send button. They are to push only the green button or the red button. That's all they're supposed to do. No. All right. All those in favor of the motion to adopt will click your green button. Those opposed, click your red button. If you abstain, click your yellow button. Close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 997 to 123. We're moving to the next resolution.
Next resolution is expanding support for Black-owned businesses through federal and state programs. Therefore, be it resolved, this resolution reaffirms the 2003, 2006, and 2016 resolutions addressing Black-owned businesses. Be it further resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People urges federal and state governments to increase funding for Black-owned businesses through expanded grant programs, low-interest loans, and technical assistance initiatives. Be it further resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People calls for mandatory equity audits in federal and state contracting to ensure Black-owned businesses receive fair access to government procurement opportunities. Be it further resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People supports policies requiring banks and financial institutions to eliminate discriminatory lending practices and expand access to capital for Black entrepreneurs. Be it finally resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People will collaborate with policymakers, economic development organizations, and Black business networks to advocate for legislation and programs that foster long-term economic growth for Black-owned businesses. Mr. Chair, I move adoption. And I believe we have some.
Motion is to adopt the resolution. There are amendments. There is an amendment from Ms. Daniela Pierre from the Miami-Dade branch. The committee accepts the amendment because it simply amends the first whereas to include a mention of the National Black Business Month, which is observed annually in August. There are no other amendments. The committee accepts that friendly amendment. On the resolution as amended, all those in favor of adoption of the resolution as amended will click your green button. If you oppose adoption, click your red button. If you want to abstain, click the yellow button. We're voting for adoption of resolution number 2 under economic development as amended. Click your green button for yes, red button for no. Motion is to adopt resolution number 2 under economic development as amended. Green button for yes, red button for no. Yellow button if you abstain. Close the voting. The resolution is adopted 986 to 13 as amended.
Resolution number 3, equitable funding and resources for Black farmers. Resolution number 3, equitable funding and resolution for Black farmers. equitable funding and resources for Black farmers. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its past resolutions in 1999, 2021, and 2023. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges federal, state, and local governments to prioritize resources that eliminate discriminatory practices within agricultural programs and institutions. Be it further resolved that the NAACP calls for the establishment and expansion of grants, low-interest loans, and financial incentives, plus the creation of targeted programs, technical assistance, specifically aimed at supporting Black farmers, particularly first-generation farmers and those seeking to expand their operations. Be it further resolved that the NAACP promotes the establishment of community-based agriculture programs within urban areas that provide education on land ownership and regenerative agriculture. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges Congress to appropriate additional funding to historically Black colleges and universities, HBCUs in parentheses, through land grants and National Institute of Health funding for STEM programs related to agriculture. Be it further resolved that the NAACP would encourage the Department of Agriculture to hold thorough investigations into ongoing cases of discrimination against Black farmers, providing reparative actions taken where necessary, including expedited compensation and support. Be it finally resolved, that the NAACP would encourage the Department of Agriculture to hold investigations into ongoing cases of discrimination against Black farmers, providing reparative actions taken where necessary, including expedited compensation and support. Move adoption.
Motion is to adopt. I do not believe I have. There are two? There are two editorial agreements, amendments that the committee agrees to. They are simply changing the words so that, well, I want to make sure the delegates understand what they're getting. That the impact, oh, we're deleting the final resolve. Okay. And then, and inserting a resolve that encourages the Department of Agriculture to keep an accurate and searchable record of transactions and to hold thorough investigations into ongoing investigations of discrimination. That is, those two amendments have been accepted by the committee as friendly amendments, whichever that is. On the resolution as now amended, is there discussion? Microphone number 8.
All right, so I submitted the, I'm sorry. My name is Meek Duell. I'm from Suffolk, the Suffolk-Nasman chapter 7121B. There are $2 million.
We have branches, not chapters, unless you're in college.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Yes, chapter. Okay, so I submitted the amendment to the final resolution, and I wanted to give some background, so when we're in our chapters, we'll know how to accurately.
Your what? Your what?
Branch. Did I say it again?
Yes, you did.
Okay. All right. So there are $2 million available for land acquisition and $800,000 available for individual farmers. Historically, white farmers could scribble a business plan on a napkin, and then the USDA loan officers would complete the 33-page application, pretty much guaranteeing loan approval. As first-time borrowers, especially Black and brown borrower producers, applied for loans, they were not given the same level of support due to staff limitations, and would be expected to complete the 30-plus page applications with little to no support, equating to a large percentage of those applications being withdrawn or denied. We designed the loan assistance tool, an online wizard that made the loan application process more equitable in response to Biden-era executive orders to make the government more accessible. However, as of September 2024, the USDA does not have a receipt for services solution. In other words, there is no record of transactions that can be used to investigate instances of discrimination.
We accepted your amendment to the resolution, and we gave you your moment.
Thank you.
On the motion to adopt as amended, is there any other discussion? Motion is to adopt as amended. Seeing no one at any microphone, all of those in favor will press your green button. Those opposed, press your red button. If you are abstaining, press your yellow button. What? On what? I'm adopting the whole resolution as amended. I didn't know you had another one. No, this is for the next one. Oh, okay. Well, y'all confusing me. All of those present have voted. Cut off voting. Resolution is adopted 1064 to 9 as amended. Moving to the next resolution.
Resolution number 4, page 22. Just checking, you see what time it is. The promotion of diversity, equity, and inclusion in corporations and importance of the Black Consumer Advisory. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP will continue to place pressure on corporations to affirm their commitment to protect and preserve diversity, equity, and inclusion programs implicating hiring, data collection, corporate procurement, social investments, and the display of transparent, diverse data results in a publicly available format. Be it further resolved that the NAACP will continue to support legislation and to advocate for federal enforcement mechanisms requiring publicly traded companies to conduct annual independent racial equity audits and publicly disclose findings related to hiring practices, leadership diversity, pay equity, supply chain investments, and historical financial ties to systems of racial oppression. Be it further resolved, the NAACP commits to share information on its website based on data and research about corporate practices involving diversity, equity, and inclusion for the purpose of providing resources on where Black and brown consumers can find Black-owned business options. Be it further resolved, the NAACP will work with its units to provide guidance and insight into addressing diversity, equity, and inclusion issues at the state level. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP demands that federal, state, and local governments support diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts that broaden opportunity and increase fairness, and commit to advocating for the reinstatement of diversity, equity, and inclusion programs in the public and private sector. Mr. Chair, I move, wait a minute, be it finally resolved. Did I say that one? Yeah. I move adoption.
Motion is to move to
We have
adopt
one
resolution number 4.
With one amendment.
There is one amendment proposed. That amendment is from Ms. Heather Jones Brown of Des Moines, Iowa. And the committee don't like it.
The committee does not adopt.
Ms. Brown, Ms. Jones Brown, are you at a microphone? Microphone number 5. Microphone number 5.
Hello? Okay, there we go. It wasn't on before. Hi, my name is Heather Jones Brown. I'm from the Des Moines branch 4014B through the Iowa-Nebraska State Conference. And the reason why I put this amendment up is because this work that is being described in this resolution is timeless. And I don't want us to have any short-sightedness on the need for this to continue ongoing past the current administration that we are in. And so that's why I moved that language out. And the other thing is, from an organizational standpoint, no matter where I believe where my values sit, I think it's super important for us to be aware of moving too closely into partisanship. So that's why I took out the word conservative. Thank you.
Is there other debate on the amendment? The proposed amendment is to remove the words Trump administration and conservative from the whereas clause. Is there other debate? The question before you is to remove or not remove the words Trump administration and conservative. There's someone at microphone number 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand in opposition to that amendment. It's already time-stamped. It states in 2024. So you're already actually putting it within that framework, and we need to call a thing, and this will be a historical reference moving forward. So I stand in opposition to that amendment.
Oh, you didn't give your name and your branch, please, for the record.
Michelle Laws, branch or unit 5689, Chapel Hill, Carborough, North Carolina.
Any other debate on the motion to amend? Seeing no one at any microphone. Oh, I do see a hand at microphone 8. Microphone number 8. Identify yourself.
Hello, I'm Anthony Akator from 1013B Tucson branch. I come here today to oppose the amendment simply because it's important that we address injustices perpetrated by any administration. And so if the Trump administration is attacking diversity, equity, and inclusion efforts, we should call them out and be very headstrong about it. And the person who proposed the amendment discussed fears about partisanship. This isn't a Democrat or Republican issue. If a Democrat administration similarly attacked DEI initiatives, we'd have a moral obligation to condemn them. Thank you.
Thank you. Delegate at microphone number 5, you are recognized.
Good morning. My name is Ebony.
Microphone number 5, and if we could have order.
Good morning. My name is Ebony Woods. I am from the Des Moines branch as well, 4014. The previous delegates' comments are exactly why we made the amendment to strike the language. As Heather pointed out, this is timeless work. And so the Trump administration is not the first administration to treat us like this, and they won't be the last. You're right, it's not a Democrat or Republican issue, which is why the word conservative should not be there. We don't want to be partisan about this. We don't want to limit ourselves on who we can call out and when we do that. And we are not sure that this resolution is the appropriate place to do it.
Other debate. Other debate. I see. I don't know. Is there someone at 8? Yeah. 8, microphone 8.
Yes, I am Dr. Monica Fobb from Louisiana, branch number 6072, and I stand in opposition of the amendment because we are in the fierce urgency of now, and we have been thrown there because of the Trump's administration, and it is his administration that's rolling back all of the DEIs. So call it what it is. Let it stand.
Question has been called. All those in favor of cutting off debate, we're at the point. I have heard the call for the question. The motion is to cut off debate. All those in favor of cutting off debate will press your green button. Those opposing cutting off debate, press your red button. You will not receive a lunch unless you are sitting at the table. You will not receive a lunch unless you are sitting at the table. All those in favor of the motion, the amendment, would vote. Oh, I'm sorry, to cut off debate. Thank you for reminding me. We'll vote. If you're voting yes, press green. No, red, abstaining, yellow. The motion is to cut off debate. Debate is to the amendment. We can close voting at this point. The vote is 901 in favor of cutting off debate. Debate is ended. That was the only amendment on this resolution, I believe. So we are now on the resolution.
We're on the amendment. We just cut off debate.
We cut off debate. I'm glad y'all reminded me of these things. I know it's been a long week. We're on the amendment. Yes or no on the amendment. All those in favor of the amendment will vote yes. Those opposed, no. Those against, those who don't know, just abstain. We're voting on the amendment to remove the words Trump and conservative. Those who favor the motion will vote yes. Those opposed would vote no. And if you want a lunch, you will sit down. Except me, and I want a lunch. If you've already dived into the sandwich, I hope you prayed over it before you did. We can now cut off, we close voting. And the amendment is adopted. The amendment is adopted. No, we ain't have no division. This is division. All right, the amendment is adopted. Now, moving to the resolution as amended. Moving to the resolution as amended. All those in favor of the resolution as amended will vote yes, green button. Those opposed will vote no, red button. Where's my sandwich? No, we're going to move. They're going to eat while they're voting. We're cutting off debate. I'm kidding. Y'all, it's been a long week. We're cutting off the vote. And the resolution is adopted 652 to 205 as amended. There you go. All right. Who are you talking about?
They weren't paying attention and they missed the vote. We did.
Okay, we're moving to
Number 5.
where did Gloria go? Okay.
Number 5.
We're moving to resolution number 5.
Resolution number 5, mortgage and credit forbearance after natural disaster. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP urges all financial institutions and federal agencies to enact forbearance terms that ensure equitable financial support for those impacted by natural and man-made disasters. Be it further resolved that the Federal Housing Finance Agency, FHFA, the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, HUD, and Congress to initiate policies and legislation to mandate that lenders report loan modifications to credit reporting agencies indicating that those accounts are current. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will support federal legislative efforts for more stringent forbearance regulations and standards that protect the rights of disaster victims from discriminatory treatment. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption. There is an amendment.
The recommendation is to adopt the amendment. There is one amendment. The amendment is this the right one? Tell me what you accepted.
That's Black Farmers.
Oh, this one. So the committee is accepting an amendment to the last sentence of the further resolve that says, and any mortgage forbearance will not negatively impact on credit worthiness, FICO scores, Vantage scores, and including FICO scores, Vantage, and the lending decision.
Right.
And
Committee accepts that.
committee accepts that is Ms. Gladys Walker Jones from Greater Bridgeport in the House. The committee accepts the amendment, and we are on the main motion as amended. This is to adopt the resolution with the addition of the wording that I just read. All those in favor of the resolution as amended will press your green button. If you oppose the resolution, you will press the red button. And if you wish to abstain, press the yellow button.
Mr. Chair. Oh.
If you favor the resolution as amended, press your green button. If you are opposed to the resolution, press your red button. If you want to abstain, press the yellow button. Close the voting. And the resolution is adopted as amended. Yeah, I was waiting on amendment.
Let's see, delegates, if we can go back to page 17, criminal justice. I read it. Didn't I read it? Didn't I read the result? Did I read the result?
Yes, you did. Ms. Laws, we're going back to the resolution, criminal justice number 1. It is, we're not going to read it again. We're back to number 1 under criminal justice. Ms. Laws, you are recognized at microphone number 3. Microphone 3. Microphone 3. Try it again, Ms. Laws. Microphone 3. Hello, Mr. LBJ. Microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I proposed a friendly amendment to include in that resolution reference to missing and exploited children. The fact that Black girls often are underreported on the National Registry for missing and exploited children. They are often, according to the FBI, they make up 53% of all juveniles who are arrested for sex trafficking. We know that many of our kids end up in sex trafficked as a result of going missing and being underreported. We also know that Black women in general are less likely to, who go missing, are less likely to receive the same attention as white women. In fact, 45% of Black women who go missing, according to the National Domestic Violence Hotline, do so because they are involved in domestic violence situations, and Black children who go missing often go missing and are counted as runaways and are not elevated to the same level of urgency by law enforcement until much later, and often that delay in time results in much fatal outcomes. And so my friendly amendment to that resolution included missing Black girls in that.
So
do you have it?
If you could read your amendment, it would be helpful.
Oh, I gave it to you all.
You
I
didn't
don't
keep a
have
copy?
it.
Whereas missing Black girls are less likely to be listed on the National
Registry
of Missing and Exploited Children at the same rate as white girls, and therefore face more severe and
fatal
outcomes. That is your first
That's correct,
amendment.
sir.
And that amendment is in the third whereas.
Yes.
The becomes a new whereas, becoming the fourth whereas.
Okay, yes.
All right?
And then under the reporting requirements, the whereas that requires law enforcement agencies and state agencies to report on, in the existing resolution, it was requiring law enforcement agencies and state agencies to report on murders, but I also wanted to include also to report on the missing and children.
This is, so that language would be in
And
the
require
further,
agencies,
in
yes.
the further resolved, be it further resolved, after the word duties,
Right.
you want to include and require agencies to collect and report
Data on missing
data
children,
on missing children.
disseminating or disaggregating that data by race and gender.
All right. You've heard Ms. Law's amendment. The committee actually accepts the amendment. Is there debate on Ms. Law's amendment? I see people backing away. Microphone 3.
I would like to call to your attention that on page 75, there is a resolution that speaks to exactly what the young lady talked about. So it is redundant to put that in this particular resolution when you have a resolution on page 75 that actually spells out exactly what she was talking about.
Any other debate? Any other debate? Question has been called. All those in favor will vote. I'm not considering that a previous question. Just to call the vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as amended will click your green button. Those opposed, click your red button. Abstentions, click your yellow button. We are voting on the criminal justice resolution as amended. If you favor it, press your green button. If you oppose it, press your red button. If you're abstaining, press your yellow button. No debate. Close voting. The resolution is adopted as amended, 787 to 277. Ms. Robinson?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My colleague, Mr. Alfonso Braggs, will come and cover the education section. I don't know if you want to pray. I guess everybody did the individual prayer.
Ms. Sweetlove, before you take your next bite, you might want to come up here and bless this food that everybody has ate.
Let us pray. Precious Lord, we thank you for this food that we have received and are getting ready to receive. Bless the hands that prepared it. Bless it to the nourishment for our body. But most of all, dear God, bless our body unto thy service. In the precious name of Jesus, we do pray. And for his sake, amen.
Amen. Mr. Bragg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates, we're going to the education section now. We're beginning on page 25 in the resolve clause, and it reads, therefore be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People recommends the implementation of hydroponic gardening in all public, charter, and private schools with funding supports from budgeted funds, including donors, grants, and school board funding initiatives. Right. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption, and we do have amendments.
All right. Motion is to adopt. It's properly seconded. We have amendments. Mr. Bragg.
And
first one is from Ms. Sasha Reveron, East Valley Youth Council, Arizona. Read the resolution.
Read the resolve.
Read the resolve.
The delegate is adding a whereas hydroponic gardening can be an effective educational tools to children of all groups in public as well as charter and private schools. And then on the back, can foster a science and agriculture project-based curriculum, but it is not the only viable or sustainable method to achieving these goals, and other forms of gardening and agriculture education may offer additional environmental benefits. And whereas, while acknowledging the hydroponics is not the sole pathway to achieving these educational, health, and sustainability benefits, and that schools are encouraged to explore and implement additional or alternative gardening and agriculture programs that best fit their community's needs. That's it, sir.
I see a delegate at microphone number 1. Are you speaking to this amendment?
No.
Microphone number 5. Are you speaking to the amendment?
No, Mr. Chair.
Microphone number 8. Are you speaking to the amendment?
Yes, I am.
All righty. Identify yourself.
My name is Sasha Reveron from the East Valley Youth Branch. And the goal of this amendment, there's 2 clauses that you guys stated, the whereas, the amendment to that, and then also the to be resolved. And the goal of that is to support the fact that hydroponics is a viable option for different pathways in education, but it shouldn't be the sole option provided because there are many negative effects to hydroponics, such as it uses a lot of energy and resources that communities may not have. Additionally, there's a term called corporate dump and dash, and essentially what that means is that large corporations will sometimes just invest in one thing, thinking that that's a catch-all and solves all their problems and supports these communities, when in reality it doesn't. So the goal is to just emphasize that the NAACP should encourage schools to choose what fits their needs, climate-wise and resource-wise, and to consider a range of options, because there's things like soil-based gardens, permaculture, and community farms that are much more effective for certain communities than others. Thank you.
On the amendment, is there any further discussion? On the amendment. On the amendment, I heard a yes. Where you at? Behind that. You got to be at a microphone to seek. Microphone number 1. Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm sorry, let me back up a little bit. I am the author of that resolution that was just read. So my intent, I'm the president, my name is Dr. Sandra LeConte. I'm the president of Branch 3020B, Lake County, Illinois. Our intent is not to present that as the sole option of sustainability. However, hydroponic gardening in our area has proven extremely sustainable. And the reason for hydroponic gardening is that many times we may not have soil-based plots and land areas for that. If you would visit a school in our area in Waukegan, Lions Math and Science Academy, hydroponic gardening has worked extremely well for the last 10 years or so. And so I'm speaking in opposition to the amendment because as the author and as part of the Links organization who has assisted at the Lions Math and Science Academy with hydroponic gardening, where there is not a lot of land resources, I speak against what was just said because hydroponic gardening is working and it worked very well. Thank you for your time.
Any other debate? Any other discussion? Microphone number 8.
Yes, thank you. Karen Lowe, Houston, 6183 branch. I just want to go back to the language, pardon me? I'd like to go back to the language where it references public charter and private schools and include.
Are you speaking to the amendment?
To her speak, no. I'm speaking to the motion 1, but I wanted to add some language that was passed.
But you have not
Go back.
submitted an amendment.
Correct.
Okay. Any other discussion? Any other discussion on the motion? The motion before us is to adopt the amendment by Ms. Sasha Reveron with respect to hydroponic alternatives. We're voting on the amendment now. On the amendment. All those in favor of adding Ms. Reveron's amendment will vote yes. Those opposed will vote no. Those who abstain will push your yellow button. We're voting on the amendment. We're voting on the amendment. If you're in favor of the amendment, green button. If you're opposed to the amendment, red button. If you wish to abstain, yellow button. All right. Close the vote. The amendment is adopted 756 to 264. We are now moving to the resolution as amended. Moving to the resolution as amended. Is there any further debate on the resolution? Microphone number 5, are you, no? Why are you standing there then, Mr. President? Number 1, are you standing for this amendment? I mean,
I also have a point of order.
No. No.
Is it with, all right? It's not with respect to this resolution. I got you. Any other debate on the resolution, education resolution as amended, talking about hydroponics? If you favor the resolution, you will press your green button. If you are opposed to the resolution, press your red button. If you want to abstain, press the yellow button. We're voting on, don't put them back with the good stuff. Favor the resolution as amended, vote yes. If you oppose the resolution, vote no. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. Close the voting. The resolution is adopted as amended, 918 to 108. Mr. Braggs.
Mr. Chairman, staff is requesting that all the volunteers meet Lonita Ross over to my left so that you can distribute copies of resolutions. Resolution number 2. Therefore, be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People shall work with federal and state departments of education and school districts to ensure that attending aviation academies and careers in aviation are presented as viable options for African American students in elementary and secondary schools. Be it further resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People develop a memorandum of understanding with the Black Pilots of America, whose mission is to train youth to participate and advance in various types of employment within the field of aviation. Be it finally resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People will present attending aviation academies and careers in aviation as viable options to members of its youth councils and high school chapters. Mr. Chairman, we have one amendment. I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt the resolution, and there is one amendment. I'm going to give this lady an opportunity to sit down. Microphone number 1, what is your point?
I'm calling for a House divided for the first resolution.
That's a nice thing. You're out of order.
When will I be in order?
We'll see.
Okay.
All right. Okay. We are on resolution number 2 on page 26. The resolution is with respect to aviation education, secondary education. Mr. Jones, there you are.
Okay.
Y'all, this is a distinguished United Airlines pilot. Mr. Jones, would you
So can I read it?
state, or you want to read it, or you
Yes.
want him to read it?
The committee has accepted his amendment, sir, that the Black
him his-
Pilots of America.
Give him his minute.
Go ahead, sir.
Yes, my name is Johnny Edward Jones Jr. I'm a retired United Airlines captain. And having retired, my branch is Fayette County branch in Georgia, 560A. And having retired in 2019 at the age of 65, which is mandatory retirement, there is a robust need for replacements for professionals such as myself. Therefore, I have been advocating and working and mentoring young people to become pilots, where salaries now top somewhere in the range of an average of $400,000 a year for seasoned captains. So I advocate for the addition of other organizations that I know of that train pilots, or at least advocate for them. And that's the Organization of Black Aerospace Professionals, also called OBAP, Tuskegee Next, Sisters of the Skies, which had a convention here in Charlotte last year. So I move that this, or I recommend that this amendment be adopted so that we can have a memorandum of understanding with many other organizations that advocate for pilot training and young people becoming pilots.
So, Mr. Captain Jones, would you concede that your amendment, your proposed amendment, is an addition to the whereas clauses rather than a resolve?
It's a historical.
Which part?
It was.
Oh, you want to put it in?
It was
Okay.
In addition
Got
to
it.
the
It's a further.
memorandum of understanding with the Black Pilots of America.
All right, we
and
got it.
Okay, thank you.
Got it. The committee is accepting.
Yes. We can vote on the main motion.
The main motion is to adopt the resolution with the amendment of Mr. Jones's language to add the additional professional organizations who could participate in training. Is there other discussion? Microphone number 1.
Yes, thank you. My name is Dr. Sandra LeConte, Branch 3020B, Lake County, Illinois. I am the author of that resolution from our branch, and I just wanted to stand to thank the captain, to let him know there is a shortage, as he knows, especially in our area. And I wanted to really send a shout out because we have several young men who just finished their first training weeks as pilots, and they're still in high school. So I just wanted to say thank you. I'm very much in favor of what he just said. Thank you so much.
All right, we're moving to a vote on the resolution as now amended. All of those in favor of adoption of the resolution as amended will press your green button. Those opposed, press your red button. Those who are abstaining, press your yellow button. Green button if you vote yes, red button if you vote no, yellow button if you are abstaining. I got it. There are 3 amendments to cell phones.
2.
3.
Where's the other one at?
It's coming.
Okay. So you want me to get started? Oh, you voting?
I'm still voting. Close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 1115 to 11. We're now moving to
Resolution number 3. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP supports policies prohibiting cell phone use in classrooms during instructional time, allowing limited access for emergencies and structured educational purposes. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP calls on schools to develop and administer equitable policies around the use of cell phones at schools outside of instructional time. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges school districts to provide alternate digital learning resources, particularly for students in underserved communities. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP calls on policymakers, educators, and school administrators to implement clear guidelines that prioritize student learning and well-being by minimizing mobile phone distractions in the classroom and apply them equitably. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption. We do have 3 amendments, and if the makers of the amendments could make their way to the microphones.
And 2 of them are by Mr. Byron Gladden. 1 is by Mr. Snell. The motion before you is to adopt the resolution with respect to prohibiting the use of cell phones. There are amendments on the table. We are proceeding to the first amendment by Mr. Snell.
Mr. Snell's is asking in the therefore be it resolved to read on to that do not include, insert, where we have equitable policies, that do not include the use of suspension as discipline for violation of said policies.
And what is the position? I see support for that out there.
The committee does not support that.
Vote. All right. Is there support for Mr. Snell's motion? I see number 7, microphone 7. Microphone 7.
8.
Good morning. So it's Miss Snell.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's fine. So for this amendment, you need to make sure that it does not include the use of suspension. So this year, the New York State Conference ensured that similar language was included in New York State law to protect students. This is to prevent the wrongful discrimination and criminalization of young Black children in school. This amendment is very well intentioned, but if you were to have a solution without this amendment, it will cause the youth to be even more distracted in school if you put these punishments on them. Therefore, it will be contradicting itself. Thank you.
All right. So is there other discussion on Ms. Snell's amendment to add the words to exclude suspension as a discipline policy? Microphone number 4 on the amendment.
Yes, Dr. Fobb, again from Louisiana, branch 6072. I know that we are plagued with Black and brown children being disproportionately suspended. However, as an educator who was physically assaulted simply because the child did not want to remove a cell phone or take it away, we have to keep this in there and then train administrators not to disproportionately suspend. But as a classroom teacher, it is very difficult when there are no consequences other than take the phone and give it to parents, and then the parents come to fight the teachers as well. So we have to keep the language and train.
Number 8, microphone 8.
Mr. Chairman, point of clarification. My name is Devin Williams. I'm with the East County branch of Pittsburgh, 1055. I was wanting to put a clarity on this item because I'm trying to figure out if this is just on this amendment or is this as a resolution as a whole?
The debate currently is on the amendment to resolution number 3 under education.
Thank you.
She has moved. This is a resolution that deals with the prohibition of cell phones in classrooms. The amendment seeks to remove suspension as a disciplinary part of the recommendation.
Thank you. I think that we should also add that police force should not be used as well.
You are seeking to amend the amendment.
Okay.
Our debate is on the amendment.
Okay.
Microphone number 3.
Good afternoon. My name is Sanaa Sharif, representing the High Point branch 5405B. I am in support of this amendment. We all know that our children are disproportionately penalized in school. In addition to that, every teacher has a right to be safe in the classroom and in the school. However, it should not be a suspension or a no suspension and teachers are left unprotected. The onus is on the educational system to provide other solutions that do not result in our children being disproportionately penalized. So let's do the work. That's what we're here for. Thank you.
I'm going over to microphone number 1, then I'm going to 5, then I'm going to 7. Number 1.
Good morning, NAACP.
branch number 3035, Theodis Pace, the author of the particular resolution in question. It was written with the understanding as from our education committee, which most individuals are educators and administrators, with the understanding of banning the cell phones. The state of Illinois lawmakers have also approved that. I'm speaking opposing the amendment, Chairman.
All right, microphone 5.
William Reynolds, Akron, Ohio, 3169B. I rise against the amendment because I feel like if a child is being suspended, they're not being suspended for the violation of cell phone policy. They're being suspended for continually not listening to the teacher, insubordination of the teacher.
Microphone number 7.
L. Joy Williams, New York State Conference. I rise in support of the amendment and supporting the young people from New York State who put forth this amendment. They are not saying that people shouldn't be disciplined for repeated use, and obviously should not prohibit them being disciplined if they are in physical altercation with teachers or staff. The amendment is speaking to being the use of suspension solely based upon the presence of a cell phone. In the case that was previously mentioned of a student having a cell phone and repeatedly not listening or having a physical altercation, that student would be suspended probably because of the physical altercation and because of the insubordination with the teacher. What is being presented is that the cell phone use is not used as a sole reason to suspend a child from school for them losing instructional time. This is also language that we were able to get in law in New York State. Again, as we know, the increasing suspension of Black and brown children in schools.
All right. There was a person at microphone 9. I believe that person sat down. I'm going to move to microphone number 8.
Yes, thank you. My name is Zelon Harrison. I'm with Richmond, California, 1058. I think the amendment it's not a national because the districts and the states have different educational codes for things that happen, regardless if it's a cell phone or whatever. So we need to look at how this is going to roll out, because this one suspending or any of that is different from every state. So we can't do one fit for one solution.
Microphone number 3.
Hello, my name is Sonia Campbell. I'm with Charlotte, hold on, 5376. I agree with this amendment. Having a young Black man in the Charlotte-Mecklenburg school system who is repeatedly targeted, and he has autism. And because of the autism, he uses his phone or his headphones, and when he enters the classroom, if he doesn't remove them as soon as a teacher sees him, then he's suspended. So I am in support of suspension not being a reason for cell phone usage or having the cell phone.
Microphone number 4. You're not speaking to this amendment.
Okay, the question has been called.
Dr. LeConte at number 1.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. As a veteran educator in Chicago Public Schools for more than 33 years, Milwaukee Public Schools for 5 years, vocal music teacher, central office administrator, you name it, I will say to you and to parents, I understand what you're saying. I'm speaking to say that I'm not in favor of this amendment. I've seen too many instructional hours lost for children who come who want to learn. The cell phones have no place in the class because students who have the IEPs will know we have devices that help our children with autism. I have taught kids with autism, and they've done very well without the cell phones. The governor of Illinois, Governor Pritzker, really is in favor of this in the state of Illinois, and we're trying with all our might to pass it. The Senate passed it, the bill 55-0. When the veto section starts up again in November of 2025, we expect our legislators in the House to pass it. I would like to have those parents who say, and I'm tired of us making excuses for our black and brown kids. Our black and brown kids need to know how to follow rules like I was a black and brown kid. They need to know how to follow rules. Rules do start at home. If the school has a policy that there are no cell phones, which there should be a policy, we can collect those phones at the door as we've done at some schools. Because I've seen too many teachers attacked and injured. There was a teacher who was killed in Chicago last year because a child fought her about a phone. The teacher fell, hit her head, went to the hospital, and passed away 2 weeks later. So don't tell us about black and brown kids when I have black and brown brothers and kids. And had they been on those cell phones, my mother would have come up there and rocked their world. You don't have to have a cell phone. When we were in school, there were no cell phones, and we learned better, quite frankly. So I'm speaking against that amendment. Let's show some respect for teachers, and that's why we have people leaving the system, because we coddle our kids too much. Let's teach our kids some respect.
Previous question has been called for. All those in favor of cutting off debate will press your green button. Motion before you is to cut off debate. All those in favor of cutting off debate, press your green button. If you oppose cutting off your debate, press your red button. If you want to abstain from the question, press the yellow button. Motion is to cut off debate. And we will close the vote. The amendment. Discussion is closed, rather. On the amendment, all those who favor the amendment will press your green button. Those who oppose the amendment will press the red button. If you want to abstain, press the yellow button. And I would remind you, this is the amendment that seeks to place denial of using suspension as a disciplinary act. On the amendment, those who favor the amendment, press your green button. If you oppose the amendment, press the red button. If you wish to abstain, press the yellow button. We can close the voting. And the amendment is adopted 666 to 326. Moving to the next amendment from Mr. Byron Gladden, microphone number 4, you are recognized. Microphone number 4.
It's not working. Oh, there we go.
There we go.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, delegates. Byron Gladden, Branch 5400B, Greensboro, North Carolina. My amendment recommendation is that therefore be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People supports policies prohibiting cell phone use in classrooms during instructional time, allowing limited access for emergencies and structured educational purposes be deleted in its entirety. And the reason why that I asked that be deleted, it seems quite quite a contradiction for the NAACP to take that position on prohibition of classroom policies. It is a heavily debated topic across this country and a bipartisan effort to do so. And while we know and we have reaffirmed education policies going back over 20 years about systemic racism, discrimination, suspension in our schools, we're going to take a position of prohibition. What will legal redress do when we're called in? And education advocates and education chairs when we're called into the school system. 6 days ago, the governor of North Carolina vetoed House Bill 193, which empowers every teacher and volunteer in North Carolina to carry an armed gun, handgun in schools for private schools. That will pass by the time you all leave or in the next 30 days in North Carolina. So add this prohibition for cell phones, where cell phone usage is the second leading cause of suspensions, at least for in our area and in our state to do so. For the teachers who've already spoken about how scared and feared they are and how they want to teach, give them a gun and see what happens. And so I'm asking that you all not pass this prohibition. We've talked about boots on the ground, but we haven't talked about SRO boots on our children's necks. And to take this position is unconstitutional and against our image. We have to advance all colored people, including our youth. And if we say our schools are discriminatory, how can we take an absolute position, even with exceptions? When the NAACP goes into these county schools, they will say, your organization took a position on this. We can debate the circumstances, but our position for the national level will impact those on the local level who advocate for children, regardless of intersectionality, every single day. And we're getting ready to give teachers a gun in North Carolina in the next 30 days. This policy will not help. That provision of absolution will not help our cause. Thank you.
All right. Any other debate on the proposed amendment? Discussion on the proposed amendment, microphone number 10.
Hi, my name is April Eberhard. I'm Education Committee Chair for the Spokane branch. I'm also an educator in Spokane Public Schools. This very type of policy was just passed in our district, and I have seen multifaceted responses. As a college and career counselor, we need kids to use their cell phones when they do FAFSA, when they apply for colleges, because two-step authentication will not work on their school computers because they are not allowed to access their personal emails. I think that this is an absolute approach. One size does not fit all, and I believe that specialists who have specific content areas or functions in their job, like CTE teachers, should be given leverage to allow their students to use their devices. It's about management and structure for instructional purposes by educators as organized by staff and admin. Consider all ages. Elementary is different from middle school. Middle school is different from high school. And what students do at those levels are all different. Thank you.
All right.
I'm against the prohibition.
I see microphone 5.
Thank you. Siwatu Wilson, Western Wayne County. I'm against the amendment to strike that language. As a former teacher, one of the most frustrating things was not having people believe you. It felt a lot like being a Black person when you're telling people something is happening and they don't believe you. So at some point, I think we need to trust the teachers who are in the classrooms and who are experiencing the disruptions that come from cell phones. And I also think that the language is not absolute. It does say that we support the prohibition of cell phones when they're not being used for educational purposes. So allow the teacher to have that discretion. A teacher knows when to say it's okay to use your cell phone now and when it's not okay. Thank you.
Microphone number 7.
Yes, I'm Christine Waters from New York State, the education chair for the state, appointed by President Dukes. This is one of the things that we talked about right before her passing, where we were able to make carve-outs, to make exceptions for children who need the cell phones for translation. We had carve-outs for children who need it for language purposes, for expressing themselves. We also have carve-outs for there to be people at the table, us, making the policy that is necessary to have students, parents, teachers, mentors at the table when they develop the policies for cell phone use in their particular area. So that is what we're advocating for, that they not just put this on the entire list of things that they have put forth for reasons for suspending our students. Nothing about us without us. Make sure that our children are at the table when we're doing these policies.
Microphone number 8.
Hello, my name is Troy Dixon. I am with 7001B out of Washington, D.C. I believe that the NAACP should look further into what infrastructure is supported in these districts to support a policy where students wouldn't have access to their cell phones in the classroom. We have active shootings that are happening across the country. We have students who are not believed when they go to their nurses that they are ill or sick, and not having access to their cell phone could prevent the communication efforts to reach their parents and loved ones when there's an emergency happening in the classroom. With this policy, we would be leaving it up to our districts, states, superintendents, and leaders in our educational classrooms to implement infrastructure that they may not be interested in investing in. So we need to do research to see if this is a possibility for these districts and schools to have this infrastructure before we take away their cell phones. There could be health risks that are adverse and consequential for our Black and brown students, and I would be remiss if I didn't mention that I also had an experience where my nurse didn't believe I was ill. I was sent back to the classroom, and I couldn't contact my parents without my cell phone. So I want you to think of these cases before we support a policy without that infrastructure that should be in place. Thank you.
Microphone 4 and then microphone 3.
Hello, everyone. My name is Donna Maxwell. I am representing branch number 5424B. Also, I'm a youth advisor for 5899-B. I am in opposition of this due to the simple fact, even with my own child having a learning disability and excluding a cell phone in this school when accommodations are not appropriately in place, it severely impacts the student who is in the school. Even when schools are on lockdown, my child has not been able to reach me, or either there is something going on. As we have known from Columbine incidents, children need to have access to their phone to reach their parents. They need it for their accommodations. If the district is not putting those things in place, thank you.
I'm going to remind the delegates that we are actually on Mr. Gladden's amendment and not on the main motion. Ms. Mack on the amendment.
Yes.
Number 3.
Good afternoon, Reverend Corinne Mack, Charlotte, NAACP 5376. Just based on the recent conversations around the specific amendment, I believe we should be tabling this amendment to further look into how one size does not fit all. Each state seems to be different. Each issue seems to be different. There are people who are pro as well as opposing the amendment, but this is a much larger conversation. We need to look more into it.
Thank you. I see nobody at any other microphones on the proposed amendment. Oh, there's somebody way back. Y'all moved the sign. If I can't see the sign, who moved number 10? You moved microphone number 10 and I cannot see it. I'm recognizing whoever is at microphone number 10. Move it back toward Arizona. Move it toward Arizona. Thank you.
My name is Kendrick Gilmore. I'm here with the Maricopa Youth Council 1794. I truly believe that cell phones are, if not one of the biggest, and it's the biggest that us youth have to offer. Truthfully, how many times have you seen on the news that kids can?
Are you speaking to the amendment, sir?
Yes, I am. I am against the amendment to prohibit cell phones.
No, you are against the resolution. Are you speaking to the amendment?
No.
The amendment
Is to remove.
Go ahead.
The amendment to the delegate
I support the amendment.
at microphone number 10. This amendment removes the language that says the NAACP supports policies prohibiting cell phones. During instructional periods, allowing limited access for emergencies and structured educational periods. Purposes.
That is the amendment. We are not on the main resolution. We are on Mr. Gladden's amendment. All those in favor?
The question has been called.
All those in favor of the amendment will vote yes by pressing your green button. All those opposed to the amendment? The delegate at number 7.
My name is Terry, and as of now, I am the Vice President of the Brooklyn Youth Council, and I support the amendment so branches can advocate in their communities on what best and not have a blanket statement of the NAACP support be used without our voice.
On the amendment, question has been called. All those in favor of the amendment will press your green button. If you oppose the amendment, which is therefore that the NAACP supports policies prohibiting cell phones use in classrooms during instructional time, allowing limited access for emergencies and structured educational purposes, be removed from the resolution. That is what's before you. That's your question. All those in favor of removing that section will press your green button. If you oppose removing that section, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. You are voting on Mr. Gladden's amendment to remove the language that I just read. If you favor removing the language, press your green button. If you oppose taking out the language, press your red button. If you don't know, press your yellow button. We're voting on the amendment to remove language. If you wish to remove the language, vote yes. If you don't want to remove the language, vote no. Yes is green, no is red. If you don't want to vote, press yellow. Close the voting. And the language is removed, 476 to 441. We're back on the...
On the main motion, Mr. Chairman, we're ready to vote on the main motion as amended.
On the main resolution as amended. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as amended, press your green button. Those opposing adoption of the resolution, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. If you wish to adopt the resolution as amended, press your green button. If you oppose the resolution as amended, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. Close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 625 to 361. Mr. Bragg.
We're on to as amended. We are on to resolution number 4. The therefore clauses are, be it therefore resolved that the NAACP urges the National Federation of State High School Associations and all member associations to conduct a national equity audit of transfer eligibility rules to ensure alignment with civil rights protections and best practices. Be it finally resolved that NAACP calls on state legislatures and departments of education to establish oversight mechanisms that prevent athletic eligibility policies from perpetrating racial and economic disparities and promote inclusive educational access. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption. There are no amendments.
Motion is to adopt. Is there discussion? Seeing no discussion, all those in favor of the motion will vote. Hello? Can we clear? We are voting on resolution number 4. There are no amendments. If, yeah, clear the cell phone. We are on resolution number 4 under education. And we are ready to vote. All those in favor of adoption of resolution number 4 will press your green button. If you oppose resolution number 4, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. We are voting on resolution number 4 under education, promoting equity and fairness in state athletic associations, transfer eligibility rules for student athletes. If you favor the resolution, press your green button. If you oppose the resolution, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. Voting on education resolutions number 4. If you favor adoption, press your green button. If you oppose adoption, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. And we can cut off voting, close voting. And the resolution is adopted 968 to 36. Mr. Bragg?
Mr. Chairman, we are on to resolution number 5. Resolution number 5, therefore be it resolved that this resolution reaffirms the 2012 resolution titled NAACP Recognition of the Tuskegee Airmen. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP demand the reversal of the ban on teaching the history of the Tuskegee Airmen and it be re-implemented as a matter of American military history. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption. There were 3 editorial amendments which the committee has accepted, and I move adoption with the corrections.
Motion is to adopt resolution number 5 under education with acceptance of proposed editorial amendments. And those amendments did what, Mr. Bragg?
Corrected some spelling and added whereas that we accepted.
All right. Is there discussion? Mr. Jones at microphone number 2. Captain Jones.
Mr. Chairman, I rise to emphasize that the NAACP had a significant impact on the Tuskegee Airmen experiment, and that should be known by all members and taught to everyone who will listen. And under the leadership of Joel Spingarn, I understand that he was a staunch advocate for Negroes to become pilots, and that's how the Tuskegee experiment came about. And as someone who had a career in commercial and military aviation, and I've written a book about it, and who plans to lay the foundation for a Black-owned transatlantic airline, that is why I also advocated for the previous resolution that I spoke about. So I appreciate the adoption and voting, and those pray that you will accept the amendment.
Call for the question. I see no further, no one standing at any microphone, so we will move to the vote. On the resolution as amended, and these were friendly editorial amendments, all those in favor of adoption of the resolution will press your green button. If you oppose adoption of the resolution, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. We are voting on resolution number 5 under education. We're voting on resolution number 5 as amended, teaching history of the Tuskegee Airmen. If you favor the resolution, press your green button. If you oppose the resolution, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. We can close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 1,083 to 11.
Thank you.
Resolution number 6.
Mr. Chairman, resolution number 6, therefore be it resolved that NAACP encourages collaboration among state education agencies, workforce development boards, industry leaders, and community colleges to ensure these programs are aligned with current labor market needs and meet rigorous academic and professional standards. Be it finally resolved that the resolution be shared with elected officials, education stakeholders, and the public to promote awareness and support for expanding community college offerings as a strategic resolution to critical workforce gaps. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption with the And we have 3 amendments, 2 whereases that the committee has accepted and will gladly include. And we have 1 therefore clause by Karen Lowe that we will need at a microphone, please.
All right, so the committee is recommending adoption of the resolution to include 2 whereas clauses, 1 which does what, Mr.?
It adds Community College Month observed each April by the Association of Community College Trustees and other stakeholders. Is a national campaign that aims to raise awareness about the economic, academic, and employment advantages of attending community colleges.
And we're concerned to call Karen Lowe.
So the proposed amendment for the therefore clause is not clear on the paper that was written, and if the
So
maker
we're
of
looking
the
for,
amendment,
we're looking for Karen Lowe from the Houston branch. Karen Lowe from the Houston branch. Karen Lowe from Houston, I recognize you at microphone 4. Boy, microphone 4.
okay.
Me?
Go ahead.
Okay. Which one are we addressing?
You're the only one that you have 1. Oh, you have 2? We have 1 therefore clause amendment.
We're trying to understand what you're trying to do.
Okay, I'd like to make a correction to that. What I was addressing with them, it's instead of therefore be it resolved, it should go whereas traditional 4-year institutions, and then follow with the language to include vocational curriculum and the things that I wrote on there.
Okay.
We don't have that at all.
No, she's making it not a therefore
Could you,
clause, she's making it a whereas.
no, but the language is the question. Ms. Lowe, could
Yes.
you repeat what this amendment proposes to do?
May I go and get my notes, please? Because I turned in the form to you. Well, the amendment proposes to add vocational curriculum and other services with the attack that we have on our college systems. It basically just refers to traditional 4-year in institutions.
We don't
know
have
that's
that.
under attack. Our children are going to be impacted.
We don't have that. I don't have it.
I don't have it. We don't have it either.
No.
It was turned in over there.
So we're agreeing that no amendments that come here.
I got that. Well, we have it, but we
No.
don't know where she wants to put it.
No.
That's the same thing I had,
Right.
which is not what you just said.
So we're saying that if they don't have we don't have it. So it is.
I'll go and get
clarifies of where.
the exact language so I can read it to you.
It is a whereas, but your problem is that the committee does not have it. It is not in writing up here.
Julian, did you turn it in?
So we're
We
gonna
do-
move on.
Julian, it was submitted to Julian, he turned it in. Julian, the form that I gave you, Chairman said he doesn't have it.
I don't have the
And
language in
whereas.
my hand. It is not here. If you have it, you better bring it over here.
We got you. Microphone number 1, Mr. Chairman.
Microphone number 1.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Carbondale branch submitted this resolution, so in all due respect to the lady who just stated that amendment, that was not written in there. Dr. Flowers is the author of this, and she did not write that amendment, and that was not her intention. The amendment was the one that was just stated was not the author's intention. It's coming from.
We are, Dr. LeConte, we are not having a colloquy or an argument.
Okay. Thank you.
Now, what I'm trying to clarify is that I hear Ms. Lowe attempting to amend what she thought she put up here from the floor. Now, what I don't have is an amendment form containing that language.
May I go over there and try to locate it? He said he turned it in up there, so I'm a bit at a
If the
loss.
committee does not have it, we cannot consider it.
So if we don't have it by the time it's reviewed, then it's not
No.
So we got to say that.
Let me be clear. Let me be clear. I understand that people seek to make corrections and additions, but if we are in the middle of debate and you're down there scribbling a new amendment, we are not going to accept it when we are in the middle of discussion.
This was turned in, sir, Chairman.
She need to be over there trying to figure out who has it.
All we have up here does not include what you just said.
All we have up here is what's included in the red at the last of the, therefore be it resolved.
So, is that what we have?
That's what we have. No, we're not dealing with that.
That's a different one. That's different. That's not what this is new. This may be what she's saying.
What's in the red?
That is it.
That's it.
However, I'd like to, instead of therefore it following.
No. If you're trying to insert language that I don't have before me, I have a problem.
Is it not before you?
The only language we have before us, Mr.
The language we have before us right now says to modify the therefore to say including accreditation by regional agencies, integration with apprenticeship models, vocational programs, and workforce alignment metrics.
That is correct.
That's properly before us.
That is the language. However, it should follow instead of.
No.
Okay.
That's the extent of the amendment we have.
Let me try to seek a clarity. Are you trying to make that language a whereas?
Yes, it should. It's in the wrong section.
All right. Now I'm trying to follow you. Okay.
Understood.
All right.
Thank you.
So what whereas were you trying to amend? The final whereas?
Whereas traditional four-year institutions alone are not able to meet the urgent, growing need for qualified graduates in these fields, particularly in underserved and rural areas, then it is to follow with the language that was provided, including accreditation, regional agencies.
We can live with that.
Thank you, Chairman.
We can live with that.
Yes.
All right.
Common consent by the committee.
So the committee has accepted Ms. Lowe's new addition to the whereas clause to add the language with respect to alignment and vocational programs and apprenticeship models. Is there other discussion on the resolution? I see Ms. Daniela Pierre. Ms. Pierre, on microphone 3.
Oh, greetings, delegates. Daniela Pierre, Miami-Dade Branch. In support of the resolution, I believe I submitted an amendment and just wanted to know if it was accepted on consent by the committee.
Her amendment is...
We did. That was the whereas.
Yes, it was a whereas.
Accepted.
Yes.
Already.
Thank you.
All right. We're on the resolution as amended. On the resolution number 5 as amended, correct?
Yes.
All right. All
I'm sorry,
those...
6.
Resolution number 6. That's why I'm trying to get clarity. Resolution number 6 as amended. All those in favor of adoption of resolution number 6 as amended will vote yes by pressing your green button, no by pressing your red button, and abstain by pressing your yellow button. Be sneaking up here.
Resolution number 2.
That's number 72, page 72. All right, we're voting on approval of resolution number 6 under education, community colleges, bachelor's degrees in high demand fields, as amended. If you favor the resolution, press your green button. If you're opposed, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. Voting can be closed. And the resolution is adopted as amended.
Mr. Chairman, we are at resolution number 7 in education. We have no amendments. Therefore be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2009 resolution ensuring the safety of all students in public schools, as violence in schools can have harmful effects on students' educational and social capabilities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP opposes implementation of programs that enhance the safety of students but disproportionately affect students of color, as such efforts can negatively affect these students' ability to earn a quality education. Be it further resolved, the NAACP urges local education agencies to allocate funding for wraparound services for students, decrease funding for services that create violence towards students, and emphasize restorative justice practices. Be it further resolved, the NAACP demands state departments of education to collect data regarding law enforcement referrals, school resource officer placement, school discipline, and disaggregated data regarding the use of discipline interventions in schools, and allows local control of funding for wraparound services in schools, and make this information publicly available. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP strongly encourages federal, state, and local governments to institute and increase funding for programs that guarantee the safety of all students so that they may thrive educationally, socially, and economically. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt resolution number 7 under education. There are no amendments. Is there discussion? Microphone number 4.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman. I have a point of information and point of order regarding said resolution. Okay, regarding point of information, would it be appropriate, would the chairman entertain a motion to table this resolution to the end of the resolution?
No.
Okay. Then as a point of order, there was an amendment submitted prior to coming on board under the advisement of legal in your committee that you all needed in advance. However, based on the rules of the day that we voted on, that specific guideline and rule was not voted on. Therefore, if it is implemented, would be a technical violation of a First Amendment right for freedom of speech. And I know that's not the chairman's desire. So in lieu of a compromise, I would ask again, Mr. Chairman, that you consider tabling that motion in the event of infringing upon our rights.
You are a wonderful speaker. You're out of order.
Thank you so much.
Yes. We know what that was. All right.
On the motion to adopt resolution number 7 under education, all of those who favor adoption of the resolution will press your green button. If you oppose adoption, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button, Mr. Glenn. amendments. Okay. While we're voting on this, while you're determining whether you're pressing your green button, your red button, or your yellow button, ladies and gentlemen, you received these resolutions according to the Constitution by June 1st of this year. And you should have reviewed them in your branch meeting in June. And you should have come to this meeting prepared with your amendments. And therefore, y'all need to stop running up to this table with new amendments. I am ruling now that we will accept no further amendments. And we are voting on the resolution. All those in favor have voted. Close the voting. The resolution is adopted by a vote of 1,019 to 42. Mr. Bragg, we will move now to resolution number 8. Mr. Bragg?
Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, we are on
resolution number 8.
Number 8, and we do have amendments.
We're on resolution number 8, and there are amendments. Mr. Bragg.
All right. Resolution number 8, the therefores. Be it resolved that the NAACP strongly opposes any effort to dismantle or defund the U.S. Department of Education. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges federal and state lawmakers to support legislation that strengthens public education, protects civil rights, and upholds the department's role in ensuring equity and accountability. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will continue to pursue legal action to prevent the unlawful dismantling of the department. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption with the three amendments to this resolution. Karen Lowe, Dr. Woolbright, and Gladys Walker-Jones.
All right, the motion is to concur with the resolution on opposing dismantling the education department. Is there discussion? And we have amendments on the floor. The first one, Ms. Lowe, where you go this time? Microphone number 9.
Okay, Dr. Carla Woolbright, branch number 2163, New Rochelle, New York, Region 2. Yesterday, July 14th of 2025, the
Delegate
Let her read them.
Oh, okay.
Go ahead, Ms.
The
Woolbright.
Supreme Court ruled that President Donald Trump may proceed with his plans to carry out mass layoffs at the Department of Education, effectively eliminating the Department of Education. Chairman Russell, our 2025 conference theme is the fierce urgency of now. The language in the resolution that was submitted as of yesterday is obsolete.
Ms. Woolbright, read your language and stop the speech.
I'm sorry?
Read the language of your amendment.
Oh, you have the language in front of you. Is that included?
That's what I'm asking you to read. The committee accepts it, but I want you to read it into the record.
Okay. So I'm asking that the First Amendment, The first resolution, whereas, reads as such. Whereas on Thursday, July 14th, the Supreme Court ruled that President Trump may proceed with his plan to carry out mass layoffs at the Department of Education and functionally eliminate the department, that be included and replaced as the whereas in number 1. The following whereas would be subsequent to that and numbered accordingly. And that we're asking that the decision on July 14th that further supports the ravaging of the Department of Education, that we include that language and strongly suggest in the current language that this motion and resolution reflects July 15th, 2025, where we are definitely in opposition to the Supreme Court decision as of yesterday.
So the committee accepts and will rewrite your language to make it comport. We accept all of the recommendations.
Thank you.
Is there another one?
Yes, there's 2 more. We have amendment by Karen Love with the therefore.
That's
Lowe, sorry. Karen Lowe, we have an amendment with a therefore clause. Be it further resolved that the NAACP demands congressional hearings to investigate the legal authority, fiscal impact, and civil rights consequences of executive orders, and we will insert the appropriate executive order that called for the dismantling of the Department of Education. And the committee accepts this, therefore.
So the committee is further amending the resolution to include the new language. And there is There is one additional amendment that has been placed on the desk. That amendment comes from Ms. Gladys D. Walker-Jones. Ms. Walker-Jones, are you in the House? Ms. Gladys Walker-Jones.
Number 7.
Microphone 7.
Yes.
What the committee is not accepting your recommendation, so you need to tell us what it is and you need to move it.
Okay, it's the be it finally resolved, inserting before the period, its continuance with an appointed pro-school choice Secretary of Education, which is an agreement which is aligned with the first acceptance under the 5th whereas. So you've already accepted it for the 5th whereas. It's just consistent in the be it finally resolved.
So including the appointment of
A pro-education Secretary of Education.
Correct.
She wants it as a resolve, not a whereas.
No, she's trying to make language consistent, I think.
Exactly.
So she wants the language to reflect what was in a whereas in the resolve, is what she's asking. Which was.
Is there a resolve that includes that?
That's why she's adding the resolve.
No.
She's adding it as a resolve. And as a whereas to be consistent.
That's not what the paper says, though. No, not at all. So we don't have the language that you are referring to. We heard
It was already posted on the screen under the 5th whereas on page 33. It was accepted.
We just didn't agree with it.
Oh, so we did not, the committee did
You,
not
d-
agree.
you don't agree with creating a new resolve, is what you're saying.
It's not a new resolve.
That- Committee, committee, I need to understand if you are rejecting this resolve part, because it has now become, is it a resolve or is it a whereas? That's my question. What are we doing?
Which therefore is it? Because we don't see it. Is the language up there what she's asking? If the delegate can look at the screen, is the language that you see on the screen, is that's what you are trying to say? Was that where you wanted it inserted?
That's correct, and there was one where you had already approved it under the fifth whereas.
Okay,
So she's making
I
it.
understand consistency.
Yes.
All right.
So in the one that you have up there, it should say pro-choice, pro-school choice.
Wait a minute, what that mean?
That's what I was trying to figure out too.
And its continuance with the appointment, with an appointment.
Pro-school choice.
Okay.
I don't know what.
So
The committee does not accept the adding that as a resolve. The pro-school choice part.
So is the committee rescinding the acceptance under the whereas above?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. We have to vote on both of them.
That does not say what this says. That does not say what this
Right.
says.
It's already approved.
So here's our problem, Ms. Jones. What is in the fifth whereas is not the same as the language that we have submitted before us that seeks to be placed in a final resolve. We are seeing the words pro-choice,
pro-school choice.
pro-school choice,
And the committee is not in favor of that.
and the committee opposes that as a resolve action. So, you have proposed it. Is there support for Ms. Jones' amendment? Is there support? Hearing none, Ms. Jones' amendment fails. We're back on the issue of resolution number 8 as already amended. Question has been called for. All those in favor of adoption of resolution number 8 under education as amended will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. Those who are wishing to abstain will press your yellow button. Green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstentions. We are voting on resolution number 8 as amended. Press your green button for yes, red button for no, yellow button if you wish to abstain. No. We are voting on the resolution as amended. Voting on the resolution as amended. Green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstention. We're voting on resolution number 8. If you favor adoption of resolution number 8 as amended, press your green button. Opposed, press your red button. Abstaining, press your yellow button. Voting may cease. And the resolution is adopted as amended, 973 to 35. Mr. Bragg.
Mr. Chairman, we are on resolution number 9.
Microphone 4.
Microphone 4.
For what purpose does the delegate sit, Dr. Herring?
I sit for a point of personal privilege.
My Lord.
You know it was coming. Very seriously. First of all, Mr. Chairman, you need to align this duty to someone else for a few minutes so that you can take a breather, a pause for the cause, and eat some lunch. That's my number one point of privilege. My second point of privilege. I saw the president, CEO, Mr. Derrick Johnson, come in. Where is he? Where is he? Where is he? Bring him here. Bring him to me. Bring him to me. Where is he?
Dr. Harrington.
He walked out. But seriously, if he has returned, we are assuming that the condition of his mother has designated and dictated such, and we want to seriously be in prayer for his dear mother as he returns to this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
You know, Delegate Harrington, I love you to death, but you are so out of order.
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
Now, we are moving to number 9.
Yes. So, Mr. Chairman, on number 9, we're reading the therefores. Therefore, be it further resolved that the NAACP calls for deep systemic reform and investment into the public education curriculum that will provide students of color with digital equity and far greater ability to succeed in our increasingly technologically advanced society. Be it further resolved that NAACP calls upon Congress to provide greater investment in tech mentorship programs, workshops, partnerships, and other initiatives that encourage, train, prepare students of color for college and careers in STEM to restructure the public education curriculum. Finally, yes, that resolved that the NAACP calls upon Congress, state, and local governments to increase funding and resources available to public schools to help achieve these goals. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption. There is one amendment that the committee has already agreed to in the whereas, and the whereas reads, including a national standard on digital literacy, AI ethics, coding fundamentals, and data privacy for middle and high school students. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt the resolution as amended and accepted by the committee. Is there debate?
Wonderful.
Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of the resolution will press your green button. If you oppose adoption of the resolution, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. So you happy to go into this, right? You decide.
She reluctantly looking. She's supposed to have been changing over to economic. ECJ.
I did. I'm ready. I can do it. Have you had anything to eat?
Of course.
No.
Of course
No,
I
you
had.
had.
Yeah, I had breakfast.
Well, it's lunch. You need to drink some of that, whatever that is.
I am drinking my juice.
He got his liquor over there.
Where's Jerry?
He's in the back.
Well, he needs to come out here and say hi to the people.
We are voting on resolution number 8 or 9. Which one is it? 9, as amended. If you wish to vote yes, press your green button. No, press your red button. Abstain, press your yellow button.
Okay.
I'm generally letting it go to 1,000. And we can cut off the voting. And the resolution is adopted as amended, 988 to 12.
Thank you.
You can't have my
Mr. Chairman, we're on resolution number 10. The therefores are, therefore be it resolved that the NAACP urges our members to strongly oppose school choice initiatives with their legislative bodies as they result in substantial underfunding of public education and divert resources away from students of color. Be it further resolved, yes, got it, that the NAACP reaffirms its 2003, 2010, 2014, and 15 prior resolutions that oppose school vouchers and the privatization of public schools. The NAACP position has been well stated. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP hereby strongly restates its opposition to school choice initiatives in light of the potential dismantling of the Department of Education. Madam Chair, there is one amendment to this resolution that I'm sorry. I was reading 11. I skipped 10. I'm going to finish 11. I'm coming back to 10. Madam Chair, there is one.
No. On 11, there are 3 amendments.
On 11, there are 3 amendments.
2 dealing with whereases.
2 whereases.
And 1 resolved, and the committee accepts it and will.
All 3?
All 3, yeah.
All right. So there are 3 amendments to resolution number 11, 2 whereases that the committee has accepted. There is a therefore clause that the committee has also accepted. Madam Chair, I move adoptions with amendments.
Moved and properly second. Are there questions? Seeing none, we are at the point of voting. All those in favor of adopting the education resolution number 11, vote yes or press the green button. As amended. I didn't say that.
You'll see them. They're good.
All those in favor, vote yes. All those opposed, no. Those abstentions, the yellow, press the yellow. Yes. So we got to go back to 10. Go back to 10.
Once they do it, okay, so I'm going to read 10, and then
We got to go to. Okay.
you don't have anything for 12, 13, or 14. Count.
Wait. If you support the motion, the resolution as amended, vote yes. If not,
No. If you're abstaining, yellow. Voting will close in 2 seconds. It goes to 1,000.
I told him he was being very sweet today.
And then we're going to which one? We're going there. Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended by 849 votes, no 43, abstentions 44. Next item, Mr.
Madam Chair, resolution number 10. Therefore be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms the resolutions of 2023, 2024 as part of its ongoing commitment of defending DEI initiatives across all sectors, including education. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will advocate for the protection of DEI programs, language, and curriculum, uphold civil rights in K-12 schools, colleges, and universities, and will oppose any federal, state, or local efforts to eliminate, restrict, defund, or threaten the funding of institutions that support such initiatives. We have one amendment in a whereas, in the fourth whereas, and the committee accepts that. Madam Chair, I move adoption of resolution number 10 as amended.
Moved and properly second that resolution number 10 as amended be adopted. Are there questions? Call for the question. Question has been called. We're at the point of voting. All those in favor of voting, press, if you support the resolution as amended, press the green button. Those opposed, red. Those confused or don't care, yellow. That's my affiliation with you.
Okay, so this is 12. 13 and 14. I want to do 12, 13, and 14 together because there are no amendments.
Okay. Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended, 887. Yes, no, 25, abstentions 21. Next item.
Delegates, we're going to move on to 12, 13, and 14. They have no amendments. I will read the resolves. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2022 and 2023 resolutions regarding the rights of transgender and non-binary students and opposes all laws and policies that seek to deny them access to education, health care, or safety. Be it further resolved that the NAACP will work with school boards and administrators to ensure schools adopt affirming policies train staff, and enforce protections in accordance with federal civil rights law. Be it finally resolved that NAACP supports comprehensive data collection on the experiences and outcomes of trans and non-binary students to develop inclusive policy solutions grounded in equity and justice. Okay, that's number 12. Number 13, therefores. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP calls for increased funding for the Department of Education Office of Civil Rights, including the hiring of additional staff and investigators to reduce backlogs and strengthen enforcement authority. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges Congress to require public transparency in school district level OCR reporting, including racial breakdowns of discipline, academic training, tracking, and funding. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP National Education Committee will work to encourage the community to educate families, engage school districts, and monitor discriminatory practices requiring federal oversight. That was Resolution 13. On to 14. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP calls upon state legislators and departments of education to fully fund public schools and adopt equitable funding formulas that prioritize the needs of historically underserved communities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP opposes efforts to divert public dollars to private and charter schools that are not held to the same transparency and accountability standards. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP supports federal legislation that incentivizes equitable education funding at the state level and holds states accountable for racial disparities in education funding and achievement. Madam Chair, I move adoption of Resolution 12, 13, and 14.
Moved and properly second that resolutions 12, 13, and 14 be adopted. Are there questions? Call for the question. Seeing none. We're at the point of voting. We ready? Are you ready to vote? Yes, you are. Okay. If you support the resolution, if you support resolutions 12, 13, and 14, press the green button. If you do not, press the red button, and yellow if you want to abstain. Voting is now open. Voting is now closed. Resolutions are adopted. 891 yes, no 41, abstentions 26. Delegates, we're doing good, but we have a lot more resolutions to adopt. So, the fierce urgency of now is for us to get this done. Let's move on. Next.
Madam Chair, we are on resolution number 15. It is the final resolution in this section of education. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2007, 2017, 2018, 2019, 2020, and 2021 resolutions addressing college affordability, student debt relief, Pell Grant expansion, and elimination of discriminatory lending practices and equitable finance access to higher education for marginalized communities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges all policymakers to strengthen and expand grants-based financial aid systems, prioritize increases to Pell Grant funding, and create targeted support for Black student parents, first-generation students, LGBTQIA+ students, and students with disabilities. Be it further resolved that NAACP demands mandatory racial and gender equity impact assessments of all federal and state higher education financing policies to close systemic affordability gaps and dismantle the racial wealth divide. Be it further resolved that NAACP calls for the expansion of student debt forgiveness programs, including protection of income-driven repayment and public service loan forgiveness, while creating additional targeted relief for economically vulnerable Black and LGBTQIA+ students. Be it further resolved that the NAACP demands stronger protection against discrimination in student lending and financial services to ensure equitable access to higher education financing for marginalized communities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its commitment to advancing policies that dismantle financial barriers, expand economic opportunity, and secure equitable pathways to college access, success, and financial freedom for Black women, LGBTQ+, IA+ students, and students with disabilities. Madam Chair, I move adoption. There is an amendment, and we did it. Right, okay. And the committee accepts this whereas administrative correction. Madam Chair, I move adoption as amended.
Moved and properly second that the resolution be adopted as amended. Questions? Seeing none, we're prepared to vote on the resolution as amended. All in favor of supporting the resolution, press the green button. As amended. Those opposed, press the red button. Those abstaining, yellow. Voting is now open. Which one now?
Oh, you gonna read?
You just put it right here.
Oh, here, let me let you get your book.
Voting is now closed. The resolution is adopted as amended, 880. Noes 49, abstentions 19. We're now on environmental affairs. We're going to switch roles a little bit. Let's see. We are going to environmental affairs, resolution number 1, advancing a future that centers climate reparations. Therefore, page 44, therefore be it resolved, the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, NAACP, demands that the federal and state agencies hold fossil fuel companies accountable and build a mechanism for additional recovery within communities. Be it further resolved, the NAACP also demands that the Trump administration decreases its reliance on fossil fuels that is causing a global climate crisis. Be it further resolved, the NAACP demands Congress ensures a comprehensive approach to ensuring more accountability for polluters in frontline and fence-line communities. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP will continue to advocate domestically and globally for climate reparations, recovery, and resources that reflects a recognition of the decades of extraction and disinvestments that created the climate crisis due to wealthy fossil fuel company decisions. Mr. Chair, I move adoption.
It's been properly moved and seconded. There is an amendment to resolution number 1. In the second whereas from Fred Smith, Rock Hill, South Carolina.
Did y'all get this? What was the committee's position?
The committee has no problem with it.
Okay. Mr. Chair, the committee accepts the amendment, and so therefore we move that the resolution be adopted as amended.
We do have someone at, no we don't. We had someone at mic 8, no? Okay. Question, we are ready to vote. I see no delegates. All right, we are prepared to vote. Delegates vote green if you're in favor of resolution number 1 as amended. Red and number 2. Red if you are opposed, yellow if you abstain. While we are voting, delegates, I was asked to remind us to please use your table inside office voice for your conversations. Some of your fellow delegates are complaining they cannot hear. And the chairman say that applies also to the committee. This side. We're about to close. So, G. 2 is going to be tabled. Yes. So you're going to be prepared to go to 3. He just did it.
No, I'm gonna just read. I'm not gonna include. Yeah. That's right, you can't
Yes.
do both.
Move to table it to staff.
Mr. Chair.
Not yet.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Voting is closed. And the motion is adopted, 964 in favor, 24 against, 14 abstain. We'll read, move on to resolution 2.
Mr. Chair, I move that resolution 2 be tabled.
Support.
The motion is to table number 2. It's going to staff. It needs to be rewritten. So that's what
Just table.
tabled.
Just table.
It'll
Motion
come
is
back.
to table.
All right, so we're going to 3.
Yes. Resolution number 3.
I'm sorry, delegates, will you please get out your voting so we can table this? All those in favor of tabling will vote yes. All those against it will vote no. Yeah, she'll do 3 and 4 together. You do 3 and 4 together? You're gonna move 3 and 4 together. I'm gonna move the rest of the sections of the environment. Yeah. I just read it for 2 hours. Okay. All right. Voting is closed. I'll take them. You want me to go to? I'll do it. And the motion to table is approved, 675 to 66 with 16 abstentions. Ma'am?
Delegates, under the environmental section, we have resolutions 3 and 4. There are no amendments, and we have no person standing at the mic. So, Mr. Chairman, I move that we adopt resolutions 3 and 4 combined.
Motion is to adopt resolutions 3 and 4. You can commence voting. Voting is closed. And the resolutions 3 and 4 are adopted at 769 in favor, 10 opposed, 16 abstentions. That concludes the environmental justice. We will move on to the health sections. We are on page 49. Beginning with resolution number 1. Therefore be it resolved that the NAACP formally recognizes health education as a meaningful and necessary component of both school and community education. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges local, state, and federal policy makers to support and expand express access to comprehensive, evidence-based health education in schools and community. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for expansion and adequate funding for school-based health care centers. Be it further resolved that the NAACP encourages collaboration among educators, healthcare professionals, policymakers, and community organizations to develop and implement effective health education programs. Be it finally resolved that copies of this resolution be transmitted to relevant educational institutions, government agencies, and community organizations to promote awareness and action in support of health. Madam Chair, I move adoption of resolution number 1. We have 3 amendments and the 3. Resolution number
2. She said it's 2.
Health 1, affirming the necessity and implementation of school community. Okay, and the committees are in agreement? Okay, and the committees are in agreement.
Moved and properly second that resolution number 1 under health be adopted with as amended. Other questions? Seeing no one at the mics, we are ready to vote. We are prepared to vote. All those in favor of adopting resolution number 1 as amended, vote yes, vote green. Oppose, red, abstentions, yellow. Voting is now open. So what about the next one? Number
We
2.
have
We got some.
3 amendments for that.
Did we accept any of those, or we need discussion? Did we accept the amendments under?
Number 2. We got 3. No, you got 3 for 2. You got the electronic one and then 2 handwritten ones. Oh, okay, so I got 2 for 3 then.
For what, under 2?
To include safe strategy methods and protective styling. Add providers, beauty professionals, cosmetologists, and hairstylists. Add these risky products include safe straightening methods, protective styling.
That's gonna probably be a long.
No, they ain't. Let's go on with it. Let's go on with it, child. Go along with it.
Voting is now closed.
We're voting on 2?
Resolution was adopted 985 on health. The resolution number 1 is amended. No 7, abstentions 3.
Okay. Madam Chair, we're on resolution number 2. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2022 commitment to the Crown Act, creating a respectful and open workplace for natural hair, and its 2020 stance that hair discrimination is race discrimination. Be it further resolved that the NAACP, as an organization dedicated to advancing civil rights and public health call upon federal and state regulatory agencies to mandate comprehensive safety reviews of health straightening products, including full disclosure of all ingredients and potential long-term health risk. Enhance and enforce stricter labeling requirements so that consumers are fully informed about the risk associated with these chemicals. Support further research into safer alternatives for the long-term health outcomes associated with these products. Promote public education campaigns that affirm the beauty and cultural significance of natural black hair, thereby counteracting the harmful social norms that compel the use of these risky products. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges cosmetic companies to reformulate health straightening products and pursue safer alternates to eliminate or significantly reduce hazardous chemicals and to market these products in ways that do not perpetuate racial stereotypes or unrealistically beauty standards. Be it further resolved that the NAACP, through its health committees, work with community organizations, healthcare providers, and policymakers to ensure that Black communities have access to safe and healthy personal care products and to foster an environment where natural hair is celebrated and protected. Finally, resolve that the NAACP resolution be widely disseminated via outlets including but not limited to public forums, health committee meetings of each unit, other community activations and engagements to raise awareness of the intersection between environmental health hazards and race injustice, and that it serves as a catalyst for meaningful change in cosmetic regulation and cultural representation. Madam Chair, I move adoption. We have 2 amendments that the committee.
We need
Dr. Farrar Farrow.
to come to the
Charles County Branch, Maryland, 716B. If you could approach the microphone in order that your amendment may be properly addressed.
It's been moved and properly second that the resolution. It's been moved and properly second that the resolutions be adopted. We have an amendment from Dr. Farrar. Which microphone is microphone 8? Microphone 8.
Hello.
Yes.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. Geraldine Farrar from Charles County Branch 7016B, and I recommend the changes to the amendment as read.
Dr. Farrar, we have 2 amendments from you which seem to be in conflict. So would you share with us the amendment you would like that you're speaking from?
Which ones seem to be in conflict with? So I'm proposing that we include on page 51, the first, be it further resolved, number 4, after the last sentence, to include safe straightening methods and protective styling.
Okay.
And then the third, be it further resolved, I'm requesting line number 2, behind health providers, we add beauty professionals, comma, cosmetologists, and hairstylists.
Okay. Is that back? Is that okay? Committee accepts. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Farrar, for that.
Thank you very much.
It's been moved and properly second that we adopt resolution number 2 as amended. Is there further discussion? Are you prepared? We are ready to vote. All those in favor of, oh, I'm sorry, my problem. Microphone number 5, would you identify yourself, please?
Vanessa Cummings, Unit 3259B from Oxford, Ohio. I just have a question for clarification. In the second, be it further resolved on line 2 where it says straightening products and peruse, is that supposed to be peruse or pursue safer alternatives?
Pursue. It should be pursue. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there further discussion? So we are prepared to vote. All those in favor of supporting the resolution as amended, press the green button. Though if you're opposed, the red button. If you're abstaining, the yellow. Voting is now open. Okay, what's the next health? 3. It's 3. Yeah, this one is over. That's fine. I'm gonna sit down. That's right. Voting is not closed. The resolution is adopted as amended. 962, no 24, abstentions 8. Thank you, delegates. We are going to pause for the cause, and I'm going to yield to Chairman Russell.
Now, Dr. Harrington inappropriately approached the podium, made an out-of-order request, but you noticed that I complied with both parts of her request, right? So, ladies and gentlemen, the president of the NAACP, Derek Johnson.
Thank you, Chairman Russell. Because you know I was about to go. Because you know I was about to go.
Essentially, she asked, how's your mother? Because we told them.
Okay. Thank you, Chairman Russell, and thank you, Dr. Harrington, and thank all of you for your prayers and well wishes. I don't want to hold up this proceeding any longer. I will be speaking to you on tomorrow, so thank you very much.
Where we at? Go ahead. Go ahead. Y'all got it. I'll come back in a minute.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Okay, we follow instructions real good.
Madam
Okay.
Chair, we're moving to resolution number 3.
Okay.
And I'll begin with the therefore clauses. Therefore be it resolved that the NAACP urges healthcare institutions, these ladies are really running things today. Healthcare institutions and entities to enhance training programs for medical professionals to accurately assess APGAR scores. Just want to make sure y'all got it. Across different skin tones, that the training should include recognizing symptoms of distress in infants from diverse racial and ethnic backgrounds. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for the development and implementation of standardized guidelines that account for racial differences in skin color and other psychological factors to reduce biases in APGAR scoring. Be it further resolved that the NAACP calls for researchers in epidemiology, obstetrics, and pediatrics to increase research. I might need to look up here. To understand the extent of racial disparities in APGAR scores and to develop strategies to mitigate them, raising awareness about these issues within the medical community and the broader society is essential to addressing these disparities. Be it finally resolved that NAACP demands policies that ensure equitable access to high-quality prenatal and postnatal care for all racial and ethnic groups. Addressing the root causes of these disparities is crucial for promoting health equity. Madam Chair, I move adoption of resolution number 3. We do have 2 amendments, and the committee agrees with those 2 amendments. Madam Chair, I move adoption as amended.
Moved and properly second that resolution number 3 be adopted as amended. Is there discussion? Question has been called. All those in favor of supporting resolution number 3 as amended, vote green. Those opposed, no, red. Abstentions, yellow. Voting is open. So we got the next one is 54, right? So she's saying it doesn't make any sense, but she can fix that before we do the final. Dr. Purnell.
Oh, she just said she's fixing it.
Yeah,
So we're going to approve it, and then
she can fix it. Yeah, I'm telling you. Can't come and overrule the people.
No, that's the easy thing to do. Just gonna let them get their grammar. Wait, and we just make it work.
Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended. 898 yes, 14 no, abstentions 23. Resolution number 4.
Therefore reads as, therefore be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms the protecting and expanding Medicaid now in the future resolution of 2023 and calls upon the federal and state governments to implement policies and practices that reduce administrative burdens in Medicare and re-enrollment, particularly for communities of colors. Be it further resolved that NAACP urges the CMS to collect and publicly report data on Medicaid disenrollment and re-enrollment by race and ethnicity to monitor and address disparities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for increased funding for community-based organizations to provide education, outreach, and assistance with Medicaid enrollment in underserved communities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP supports legislative and regulatory efforts to automate, simplify, and streamline Medicaid enrollment processes, including automatic re-enrollment for eligible individuals, paperless renewal options, reducing documentation requirements. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its commitment to fighting for health care equity and will continue to work with policymakers, healthcare providers, and community organizations to address and implement racial disparities in Medicaid enrollment and broader healthcare access. Madam Chair, I move adoptions. There were no amendments submitted.
Moved and properly second that the resolution be adopted. Questions? We are prepared. Let us prepare to vote. All those in favor, press the green button. Those opposed, red. Yellow for abstentions. Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted, 947, no 6, abstentions 1. Next resolution. Next resolution.
Yes. We're on resolution number 5, and we're going to read the therefores. Therefore be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2021 resolution on advocating for and supporting end-of-life planning with a more narrowly focused scope on racial disparities in hospice care. Be it further resolved that the NAACP calls upon federal, state, and local policymakers to mandate comprehensive data collection and transparent reporting on hospice utilization by race and ethnicity to better identify and address disparities, enhance funding and support for culturally competent hospice and palliative care programs that specifically address the needs of racial and ethnic minority communities, develop targeted educational campaigns aimed at both healthcare providers and communities to foster trust, awareness, and understanding of hospice care options, strengthen regulatory oversight to ensure that hospice care organizations adhere to equitable practices and standards of care for all patients, collaborate with community-based organizations to design and implement innovative programs that reduce barriers to hospice care access, including financial, cultural, and informational obstacles. Be it further resolved that NAACP urges the healthcare industry to invest in research and evidence-based and best practice that promote health equity in end-of-life care, ensuring that every individual, regardless of race or ethnicity, receives compassionate, high-quality hospice care. Be it finally resolved that this resolution be disseminated to key stakeholders in healthcare, policy, and community advocacy as a call to action to eliminate racial disparities in hospice care and to honor the dignity of all individuals in their final stages of life. Madam Chair, I move adoption. There was 2 amendments The committee has accepted both of those changes, and I move adoption as amended.
Moved and properly second that resolution number 5 be adopted as amended. Are there questions? Is there discussion? Question has been called. Microphone 5.
Please. Go ahead. I'm Jeannie Erickson. I am from Dane County, Wisconsin, branch 36AB. I am the author of the first amendment, and there is an error on it that I would like to call to attention. It should read,
Excuse me, Delegate. I did not hear you. Can you give me your name again?
my name is Jean Erickson,
Yes.
and from Dane County,
Are you speaking to the
36AB.
amendment that you submitted?
Correct.
Okay.
So on number 6, under the be it further resolved, there is a word that is an error. It should read, reject care determinations of care based solely on quality adjusted life years. And the amendment as it is written says quality, and it should be qualies, Qualy and small s.
Delegate, the committee accepted your amendment.
I thank you very much for that, but I wanted that correction needs to be made.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Further discussion? Are you prepared to vote? Microphone 8. Microphone 8. Microphone 8.
Sasha Revron from the 17AB East Valley Youth Council. My question was to the amendment below the number 6, if you can pull it up. It's replacing that, there's a phrase that says, every individual, regardless of race or ethnicity, receives compassionate, high-quality hospice care, but it's being replaced with every Black individual receives high-quality hospice care. And while I do think that, especially as a Black woman, that every Black individual should have access to this quality care, why are we replacing the language, like only limiting it to one group, rather than advocating for quality hospice care for all, as that's the NAACP's kind of efforts and where they stand, if that can be answered?
That wasn't in there. That was, Delegate, that was an entry that the committee had not acted on.
The committee does not accept
The committee
that.
does not accept that.
Thank you.
And then
Further discussion? Microphone 4.
I am Reverend Dr. Constance Barnes McLeod. I'm Collington County Branch number 5507. I am standing to support this resolution, particularly since I work now with hospice care. And one of the things that I found is that perhaps Black African American people do not request hospice service. Therefore, just the mentioning of hospice sometimes deter us from utilizing that service. So just want to highlight the importance of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Further discussion? Microphone 5. Microphone 5.
Hi, my name is Rodolfo Abarca. I'm from branch 3251, Beloit, Wisconsin. I'm speaking in a position of the amendment to remove Hispanic from the language. I believe at a time right now, we need to stand in solidarity with all groups, and we cannot isolate ourselves and we need to be together, united in a time like this.
Okay. Delegate, have you completed your comments?
Yeah, that's
Thank you.
everything.
Thank you very much. Is Dr. Farrow,
Pharaoh, the committee did not accept her
her amendment?
amendments.
The amendment stating that we,
She's at microphone 8.
microphone 8, no, that's 8, right? Microphone 8.
Yes. Thank you. Good afternoon again. This is Dr. Jerry Farrar. And in reference to my thoughts and reasoning for removing Hispanic is because we are NAACP, and I wanted it to be clear, we're talking Black Americans.
We're talking about civil rights.
Delegates. We've got to be in order. The committee rejects the removal of the Hispanic part. Okay. Is there further discussion? Is there further discussion? Seeing none, are you prepared to vote? Okay. Question has been called. The request has been, if you can go back to the resolve clause. Go back to resolve. To the resolve.
Oh, yeah. So we
Okay.
did not accept Black either.
We did not accept Black either, so you can remove that.
And keep regardless of every color.
And we will keep
Yes.
restore regardless of race. Okay. And we will correct what microphone 5. We will make sure that we get that. And it should be QUALY small s. Thank you. Are you ready to vote? All those in favor of resolution number 5 as amended, press yes or green. If you oppose, the red. If you abstain, yellow. Yes. So one more. Oh.
So, yeah, that's 2.
What about 7?
We're on 6.
I know that.
Okay.
Did we have anything for 7?
No. Madam.
Wait a minute.
Sorry.
Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended by 903, noes 44, abstentions 10. Resolution number 6. Resolution number 6.
Therefore be it resolved, support for science-based vaccination education. The NAACP calls for the promotion of science-based education about vaccines in local, state, and federal agencies aimed at educating the public, especially African American communities, about the safety, effectiveness, and necessity of vaccines, providing accessible, clear, and culturally competent information on vaccines that empower families to make informed decisions about their health, ensuring that information is provided by trusted healthcare professionals and community leaders, free from political biases and misinformation, protection of health and safety, The NAACP advocates for policies that support and protect public health initiatives that promote universal vaccination, especially for children and seniors, to protect vulnerable populations from preventable diseases. Ensure that vaccine distribution is equitable, with particular focus on underserved communities that face barriers to healthcare access, such as African American and other communities of color. Protect the integrity of vaccination programs against politicized attacks, emphasizing the role of vaccines in preventing public health crises and protecting community health. Thirdly, support for informed decision-making. The NAACP recognizes the importance of respecting families' rights to make informed decisions about vaccinations, and therefore supports healthcare professionals in their efforts to provide health for accurate, unbiased, and comprehensive information so that they may make choices based on the best available evidence. Encourages open discussions within communities about vaccine safety, recognizing that informed decision-making should be supported by access. Madam Chair, I move adoption. We have 2 amendments, and the committee accepts both.
Moved and properly second that the resolution be adopted as amended. Is there discussion? Microphone 2.
Name is Dr. Miriam Guathney with 560 AB, Fayette County, Georgia. I'm supporting with this because as a physician, I feel that it's very important that people are aware of the value of the effectiveness of vaccines, such as the flu, RSV, measles, mumps, rubella, and COVID. These diseases have adversely affected us for people of color, especially of the African American population. I have seen it offhand, so I ask that everybody support this.
Thank you. Further discussion? Question has been called. Let us prepare to vote. All those in favor of adopting the resolution as amended, green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstention. Voting is open. We have one more in support of Black maternal health.
7. I don't have any amendments for that.
Okay. Oh, no, we have another one. 8.
Oh, we have 3 more.
Okay.
Nothing for 7, right?
Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended, 940 yes, 16 no, 11 abstentions. Next, Mr. Braggs, resolution number 7.
Therefore, be it resolved that NAACP reaffirms the calls for urgent efforts to address Black maternal and infant mortality resolution of 2024 and declares Black maternal health to be a national emergency and calls for coordinated action by federal, state, and local governments to end the racial disparities in maternal health outcomes. Be it further resolved that NAACP demands the public health workforce and funding be restored for the Health and Human Services staff charged with solving the maternal mortality crisis and inequities in the U.S. Be it further resolved that NAACP urges the U.S. Congress to pass the Black Maternal Health Omnibus Act and expand Medicare coverage to include at least 12 months of postpartum care in all states. Be it further resolved that NAACP supports the expansion of funding for Black-led maternal health organizations, culturally proficient midwifery and doula programs, and community birth centers that serve historically under-resourced areas. Be it finally resolved that NAACP encourages its units to engage in public education campaigns, policy advocacy, and local partnerships that uplift Black birthing people to ensure equitable, respectful, and life-affirming maternal care for all. Madam Chair, I move adoption. There are no amendments.
Moved and properly second. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Wait, microphone 4.
Microphone 4, sorry.
It's okay. Hi, my name is Dr. Christian Williams Brown. I am the president of the Huntsville-Madison County branch. I want to say to this amendment, thank you. I am a mother that was almost a statistics 2 years ago. I almost lost my life because of systematic implicit bias against Black women and women of color. And I am not all the way Black, I am multiracial. So if you need a face to go with this bill, remember mine, because I almost died and left behind 6 children. So again, thank you.
Thank you. All those in favor? Thank you, Doctor, for that testimony. I too work with that population. All those in favor? Are we ready to vote? All those in favor, press the green button. Those opposed, red. Abstentions, yellow. Voting is now open. What else do we have? That's Dr. Farrar. What is it now? Who? Dr. Farrar. They don't have it going on over here. Do you hear? Did you hear that? What's happening now? Yep, yes. We on, right, we on 8, we on 9 now, right? We got me going. No, we voting on 9. We voting on 8. Black maternal health.
We're voting on
7, okay. All right. So we voted on 8.
About to be closed.
Voting is now closed. Resolution has been adopted as amended, 897. Yes, 4 no, 2 abstentions. Mr. Braggs.
Thank you. Resolution number 8. Therefore, be it resolved, the NAACP reaffirms its 2019 resolution on bone marrow donor availability for African American patients. Be it further resolved, the NAACP advocates and support bone marrow donor initiatives for Black individuals because it is crucial to improving match rates and saving lives. Be it further resolved, the NAACP will support organizations like Be the Match and There Goes My Hero, which encourage individuals, especially those of African descent, to register as potential donors. That the NAACP will share information about the need for diverse donors within our communities and provide education ourselves on the challenges facing Black patients in finding matches. Be it further resolved, the NAACP will encourage partnerships between local organizations to host bone marrow drives in schools, churches, and community centers to help recruit more donors from underrepresented groups. Be it therefore resolved, the NAACP calls for donor diversity and advancement in medical research for better matching techniques, and be it finally resolved, the NAACP, through its respective community, encourages all members to learn more about the myths and misconceptions surrounding bone marrow donation. Madam Chair, I move adoption. We do have amendment that the committee accepted. They rejected. The committee rejected. So, Madam Chair, I move adoption.
Moved and properly second that the resolution number 9 be adopted. Is there, I'm sorry, number 8. Oh, yeah, that's right. Thank you, my error. It's been moved and properly second that resolution number 8 be adopted. There is an amendment from Dr. Farrar that was rejected by the committee. And Dr. Farrar, if you are present, since she submitted, Madam Chair, she submitted the thing, so she needs to know. If you, is Dr. Farrar, you submit the amendment? Yes. Would you like to speak to the amendment that the committee?
Microphone 8.
Microphone.
8.
Microphone number 8.
Good afternoon again. And
thank you. I'm gonna tell him.
My name is Dr. Jerry Farrar, and again, I'm from Charles County, Maryland, branch 701716. And I requested that Black be added to exchange diverse, but I understand and respect if the committee does not feel it's necessary.
Thank you.
I was just trying to be consistent throughout the wording of the amendment. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yes. Okay, good. Question has been called. We're ready to vote. All those in favor of adopting resolution number 8, press the green button. Those opposed, red button. Not voting, yellow. Is that the last one, number 9?
I got 2 more. And do y'all accept it?
We accept this one because it's going to a whereas. We don't accept her adding Black to everything.
Okay, that's what she was doing, trying to do. Okay.
Voting is now closed. Well, I'm not finishing health fast enough. Resolution is adopted 918 by a vote of 918, noes 9, abstentions 6.
Madam Chair,
Resolution number
9.
9.
At the resolves. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP strongly advocates for the development and implementation of a comprehensive national plan to combat premature morbidity and mortality in African American men in the United States. Be it therefore resolved that the NAACP calls upon federal, state, and local governments to allocate significant resources and prioritize the implementation of evidence-based strategies and promising practices to achieve health equity in African American men. And be it further resolved that the NAACP urges healthcare providers, researchers, community-based organizations, and philanthropic entities to actively participate in the development and execution of this comprehensive plan and subsequent solutions. And be it finally resolved that this resolution be disseminated to relevant policymakers, government agencies, healthcare organizations, community leaders, and the public to underscore the urgent need for a coordinated and sustained national effort to eliminate these unacceptable health disparities and ensure that African American men have the opportunity to live long and healthy lives. Madam Chair, I move adoption of Resolution 9. We have 2 amendments. One is accepted, the other one is not. Dr. Farrar has an amendment that the committee did not accept, and then Dr. Laws has an amendment that the committee did accept. I move adoption as amended.
Moved and properly second that the resolution be adopted as
Amended.
amended. No, we did not accept. We did not accept either one of them. We didn't accept either one.
Yes, we did. We accepted this one.
It's been properly moved and second that we adopt resolution number 9 as amended.
3.
I'm going to recognize, I see her. Is there discussion? Microphone number 3.
Thank you. I know we're ready to go. And we
No,
are,
no, it's not that.
Okay.
I have so much help up here until I,
oh,
yes.
thank you, Madam Chairwoman. I want to thank you, Dr. Purnell, for the committee accepting. I do think it is extremely important for us to include suicide as one of our leading priorities, health priorities, especially for Black males. In 2022, suicide was the 3rd leading cause of death for Black or African Americans ages 10 to 24. The death rate for suicide for Black and African American males was more than 4 times higher than for Black or African American females. And it is important, as we're seeing these numbers grow substantially, that we zero in on this as one of our priorities. So thank you for accepting that amendment.
Thank you. Other discussion? Question has been called. Are you prepared? We ready to vote? Green, yes. Red, no. Yellow, abstentions. Voting is now open. I'm sitting down on that.
G has that.
Yeah, you got it neatly done. You got it all neat there. Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted as amended. Yes, 929, no 5, abstentions 5. Our final health resolution, Mr. Braggs.
Thank you. Resolution number 10, therefore be it resolved, the NAACP strongly opposes using race-based clinical equations and clinical decision tools where there is evidence of disparate outcomes and perpetuation of health inequities. The NAACP demands that the Department of Health and Human Services implement and enforce rules to prevent discrimination based on health due to using clinical decision-based tools and algorithms. The NAACP demands that HHS republish the systemic review done by the Agency for Healthcare Research and Quality on algorithm bias and enforce regulations of clinical algorithms through fines and sanctions for those who fail to address algorithm bias. Be it further resolved, the NAACP affirms that a biological definition of race in medicine is harmful and inaccurate. Rather, using race as a political or social category to study the impact of structural racism and its psychological effects is extremely relevant. As stated in the House Ways and Means Committee, Freedom, Facts versus Fiction, Clinical Decision Support Tools, and the Misuse of Race issued by majority staff on October the 14th, 2021. Be it further resolved that the NAACP demands that Section 1557 of the Affordable Health Care Act be enforced that prohibits covered entities from discriminating on the grounds of race, color, national origin, age, sex, or disability in the administration of health programs and activities, including preventing covered entities from using algorithms that could lead to discriminatory practices. Be it further resolved, the NAACP demands that Health and Human Services enforce Section 1557, require algorithm developers to demonstrate how they have addressed the risk of bias and make this information publicly available, allowing users to review how algorithms were tested for fairness. The NAACP demands that regulatory frameworks require the collection and analysis of data on algorithms' use and their impact on different racial and ethnic groups to identify and address any disparities. The NAACP also demands that regulatory agencies conduct regular audits of algorithms used by payers to ensure compliance with fairness standards and a strong enforcement mechanism, such as fines or sanctions, for those who fail to address algorithmic bias. Be it further resolved, the NAACP calls for regulatory agencies to collaborate with healthcare systems, technology developers, and advocacy groups to develop and implement effective strategies for addressing algorithmic biases and, where appropriate, to establish legally enforceable responsibilities. Be it further resolved, the NAACP calls for comprehensive efforts to improve data quality and ensure algorithms are trained on diverse and representative data sets, which can help reduce bias. The NAACP also calls for regulations to encourage collecting and using data on social determinants of health to understand and address the factors contributing to disparities in care. The NAACP advocates for identifying, recruiting, training, hiring, and developing diverse and inclusive healthcare providers to ensure high quality, safe, and culturally responsive care for all, and training all healthcare providers on how to identify and address algorithm bias to ensure clinical support tools are used appropriately and ethically. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP calls on state legislatures and state attorney generals to prevent racial bias in algorithms through legislation and investigations, such as the actions undertaken by the California Attorney General to request information from hospital CEOs about their use of clinical decision-making algorithms and the District of Columbia Stop Discrimination by Algorithms Act, and on municipal governments to intervene to end the use of racially biased algorithms using the New York City Department of Health and Mental Hygiene Coalition to end racism in clinical algorithms as a model to convene health systems, academic centers, and clinicians to establish time-bound goals for eliminating race correction in clinical care. Madam Chair, I move adoption. There are no amendments.
Wonderful. Moved and properly second that the
Health resolution.
resolution number 10 be adopted. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor, green, press the green, red. All those opposed, red, no. Yellow, abstaining. Voting has begun. And as he runs out of here. It's all good. I have housing. Okay. Voting is now closed. Resolution is adopted, 942, noes, 11, abstentions, 11. Mr. Chair.
You can sit.
Housing, okay, I'm reading for housing.
You reading for housing? I don't even know why we have to read it.
We're moving to the section on housing. There are no amendments to the housing resolution. Ms. Robinson will read.
Oh, okay. Do you want to hear if there's no amendment? You ready to vote?
There are no amendments. We will not read. The motion on the floor. You still need to make a motion.
Mr. Chair, I move adoption of the housing resolution number 1.
Properly moved and seconded that we approve housing resolution number 1, NAACP resolution to address high property taxes in Black communities. All those in favor of adoption of the resolution will press the green button. Those opposed, press the red button. Those who wish to not identify themselves, press yellow.
You're accepting. But they don't have it.
They don't care. The reader can read. Okay, where is it?
It's right here. It's right here. You got your glasses?
We're voting on the housing resolution. If you support it, press your green button. If you oppose it, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press the yellow. Has everybody voted? We can close the vote. The resolution is adopted 937 to 9. We're moving to the labor section. Number 1 in labor, there is one amendment which the committee accepts. It is an
Mr. Chair, in labor, the amendment that was accepted by the committee is insert after the fourth whereas. In 2023, there were 1,032,000 union members in the federal sector, according to the American Federation of Government Employees, AFGE. According to the Bureau of Labor Statistics in 2024, 11.8% of Black workers were union members, compared to 9.6% of white workers. With that insertion of whereas, Mr. Chair, I move this resolution be adopted as amended.
Excuse me. The motion is to adopt the resolution as amended. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will press your green button for yes, red buttons for no, yellow buttons if you wish to abstain. No, there are three, wait a minute. Under legal, there are three.
There are 3 resolutions. We have no amendments.
Okay, I got it. We are voting on affirming the collective bargaining rights of federal employees. If you favor it, press your green button. If you oppose it, press your red button. If you want to abstain, press yellow. And the voting can close. And the resolution is adopted 1024 to 7. We're moving to legal. There are no amendments to any of the resolutions under legal. Madam, you may move the packet.
Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair. If it ain't up here, I ain't seen it.
Mr. Chair.
I know where she is. Ms. Laws at microphone 3.
By staff, Mr. Chair, that I did not need to submit, but I needed to stand and request just a friendly technical amendment. As this is put into the archives, that we make sure that we add the citations to the reports and the publications that are referenced. So for example, on page 68, those whereas, according to sexual abuse of children in the United States in the foster care system, according to what are the effects of child abuse and how emotional abuse in childhood changes the brain. If you do a simple search, how emotional abuse in childhood changes the brain, you come up with a plethora, lots of different references to that. So I'm hoping that we will
all of the sites that were provided by the sponsors are in the legal records of the association.
Okay, just making sure that it's referenced and cited. That's my professorial hat that I'm speaking from now.
No further unreadiness. All those in favor of the motion to approve all of the legal resolutions, and there are 3, will vote aye. Press your green button. If you approve all 3 resolutions, press your red button. If you oppose, press your yellow button if you wish to abstain.
Oh, that's it, I'm done. I'm finished.
Are we voting now? Okay. We're voting on the entire legal section.
Do I need to move it?
Press green. It's already green. If you vote yes, red for no, and yellow if you abstain.
That's it, I'm done.
Okay. All right. Okay. Now. Okay. Somebody's going to have to ask to have it removed from the table. We Has everyone voted? All delegates voted? We may close. We can close the voting. The resolutions in the legal section are adopted, 889 to 14. We are moving now to the legislative. We're moving to the legislative section. We're moving to the legislative section. There are 3 amendments in the legislative section, Mr. Bragg. Environmental people, sit your behinds down.
Colleagues, the first resolution in legislative and the therefores are that the NAACP urges federal, state, and local governments to establish, that the NAACP urges federal, state, and local governments to establish clear regulations to prevent racial bias in AI and algorithm decision-making. Be it further resolved that the NAACP calls for mandatory bias audits, transparency requirements, and public accountability measures for companies and government agencies using AI technologies. Be it further resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2024 resolution ensuring representation and eliminating bias in artificial intelligence and remains deeply concerned about new federal efforts to consolidate sensitive data across agencies. Without strong privacy protection and oversight, these efforts risk harming communities of color and violating civil liberties. Be it therefore further resolved that the NAACP opposes any attempts to commercialize government-collected data, particularly endeavors by private entities to profit from federal databases without proper oversight, safeguards, or equity protections. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will work with lawmakers, advocacy groups, and industry leaders to promote ethical AI practices that advance racial equity and justice. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of 1.
The motion is to...
No amendments.
The motion is to adopt resolution number 1 under legislative. There are no amendments on the table. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion will press your green button. If you oppose the motion, press your red button. And if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. We're voting on number 1 under legislative, regulating AI and algorithmic discrimination. If you favor the resolution, press your green button. If you oppose, press your red button. If you abstain, press your yellow button.
This is two. Oh, okay. All right. So I'm going to group them.
They let anybody up in here?
Anybody.
Anybody. We can close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 951 to 11. I understand that there are no amendments properly before us on 2, 3, or 4.
I will read. No, not yet. I will read the therefore clauses for 2, 3, and 4. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP urges federal and state governments to strengthen hate crime laws by standardizing definitions, increasing penalties, and ensuring robust enforcement against acts of racial and religious violence. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP calls for greater federal oversight of white supremacist organizations, including stronger measures to combat online radicalization and recruitment efforts. Be it further resolved that the NAACP supports the full funding and expansion of hate crimes reporting programs, ensuring law enforcement agencies accurately track and address federal motivated violence. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will work with lawmakers, civil rights organizations, and community leaders to advocate for legislation and policies that dismantle white supremacist networks and protect Black communities from targeted violence. Resolution number 3. Therefore, be it resolved, the NAACP demand the President of the United States to issue an executive order declaring a state of emergency for Black farmers and reaffirms its previous resolutions in support of Black farmers. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP demand the U.S. Congress conduct oversight hearings and pass legislation to prevent the transfer of wealth caused by the recruitment of white South African farmers to the United States and the denial of any benefits. On to resolution number 4, the therefores. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its 2023 and 2024 resolutions, confirming its commitment to gender equity and full supports the ratification and implementation of the Equal Rights Amendment. Be it further resolved that the NAACP actively advocates for the ERA through legislative engagement, public education, and coalition building with organizations dedicated to gender justice. Finally, be it resolved that the NAACP urge Congress and relevant governing bodies to recognize the ERA as the 28th Amendment to the United States Constitution and take all necessary steps to ensure its full enforcement and implementation. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption with no amendments for resolutions 2, 3, and 4.
Motion is to approve, to concur with resolutions number 2, 3, and 4 under legislative. They have no amendments. Is there discussion? Microphone 3.
On readiness, Mr. Chair, I'm Christina Davis McCoy, NAACP, Hope County Branch 5406B, Rayford, Hope County, North Carolina. I attempted to provide an amendment as it relates to this rising white nationalism we see, given the absence of any language around immigrant justice. Wanted to make sure that we address those issues, and I'd like to read this for the hearing by the delegates in this room and the chair. Whereas the threat of white nationalism has increased and is demonstrated by rising immigrant persecution.
Turn off microphone 3. Now, there is a if you would listen to me, I will explain to you why your amendment is not before us. There was an amendment. The amendment did not have a signature. With a lack of signature, it is not properly before the committee.
Therefore, while your staff reviewed it and said it was okay to go to committee, the fact that it lacks anything then rests with the staff that did not provide additional information. And again, I offered that this
You are out of order. The delegate is out of order.
We have functioned out of order quite a bit here, sir, today. And I am only asking that this information be considered because it is now
out
void
of order.
and
Turn
missing out of our
microphone 3
document.
off. Now, delegate is out of order. We do not consider resolutions, amendments, or otherwise without appropriate signature. On the motion before us is to approve resolutions 2, 3, and 4. All those who favor adoption of resolutions 2, 3, and 4 will press your green button. If you oppose, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. We're voting on resolutions 2, 3, and 4 under legislative. Green button for yes, red button for no, yellow for abstain. We can cut off voting now. And the resolutions are adopted by a vote of 1,008 to 24. We are moving now to resolution number 5 under legislative. There are 2 amendments to resolution number 5, and the committee has accepted both of those amendments. Mr. Braggs.
Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms past resolutions and condemns exploitation and trafficking of Black women and women of color and urges the media and law enforcement to amplify this issue with the time and attention needed to recover and restore justice for Black women and women of color who are victims of missing, exploitation, and trafficking. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt as amended. Committee accepted the amendments that were properly submitted. Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion to adopt resolution number 5 under legislative will vote yes, green, no, red, abstain, yellow. We're voting on legislative resolution number 5. Press your green button to approve. Press your red button to say no. Press your yellow button if you abstain. We can close the voting. And the resolution is adopted by a vote of 991 to 11. We're now moving to 6.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do 6 through 13 and Mr. Chairman, I'd like to do 6 through 13 and resolution 15. Well, you already have them there in front of you in your books. You know the titles. Okay, we will come back to number 14 because we have an amendment that the committee has not accepted. So, Mr. Chairman, I move adoption of resolutions 6 through 13 and 15.
The motion is to approve resolution 6 through 13 and number 15. It's properly seconded. Is there discussion? All those in favor of adoption of resolution 6 through 13 and number 15 will press your green button. Those who are opposed will press your red button. And if you abstain, press your yellow button. We're voting on resolution 6 through 13 and number 15 under the legislative session. Green for yes, red for no, yellow for abstain. We can close the voting. Resolution 6 through 13 and number 15 under legislative have been approved by a vote of 1,008 to 14. Mr. Braggs.
Mr. Chairman, for resolution number 14, resolution number 14 came before the resolution committee in May. we did not accept this part of the resolution then. It is back before us. The committee does not accept those particular amendments, and we move adoption of Resolution 14 without the amendment. Oh, yeah. I'll read the therefore. The resolves.
We are reading.
I'm reading the amendment. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP supports the establishment of August 20 as a federally recognized Slavery Remembrance Day to serve as a day of reflection, education, and national acknowledgement of the enduring impact of slavery in American life. Be it further resolved that the NAACP supports the posthumous awarding of a Congressional Gold Medal to all formerly enslaved African people in America to be housed and displayed in the National Museum of African American History and Culture in Washington, D.C., in recognition of their forced sacrifices and fundamental role in building the United States, and that the NAACP affirms all prior resolutions for reparations for slavery and will advocate for federal legislation that formally acknowledges the history of slavery in this country. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will work to ensure the public remembrance of those who endured slavery so that the future generations may better understand and confront the ongoing legacy of racial injustice. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
It's properly moved and seconded that we approve resolution number 14 as read. Is there discussion? Seeing none?
Yeah, there is.
Oh, there is. Microphone number 8.
Clyde Lemon from Texas.
Number 8.
Wayman Clyde Lemon, the Houston branch 6183. A properly worded amendment was timely submitted. We'd ask to appeal the ruling of the committee and let the body see the amendment and then take a vote on the properly submitted amendment. The body has the final say.
Mr. Lemon, do you have your amendment in front of you?
I do, sir.
Read your amendment, sir.
It is a litany or dialogue that says, the leader would say, immediately after I say we must, I would like you to each say in unison, always remember. The leader would say, to prevent evils of slavery from being repeated, we must. And then the unit would say, always remember. The leader would say, to commemorate the suffering of the lives lost before slavery, we must. And the unit would say, always remember. The leader would say, for the first 20 enslaved Africans who arrived in the British colonies at Point Comfort near what is now Norfolk, Virginia on August 20, 1619, we must. The unit would say, always remember. The leader would say, for the 12 million humans from all walks of life whose lives were stolen from them when they were kidnapped from Africa and forced into slavery, we must. And the unit would say, always remember. The leader would say, for the Africans forced into slavery by other Africans, we must. And the unit would reply, always remember. The leader would say, for approximately 2 million human beings who suffered the deadly Middle Passage and did not survive the horrific voyage to America, we must. And the unit would say, always remember. The leader would say, for the men, women, and children on slave ships, many of whom were kept naked, packed close together, with many shackled and chained, we must. The unit would respond, always remember. The leader would say, for the enslaved human beings who often work from sunup to after sundown, 6 to 7 days a week, often without food, we must. And the unit would respond, always remember. And finally, the leader would say, from shackled and chained to creating societal change, from sitting in the back of buses to owning bus companies, from having no house to residence in the White House, from painfully picking cotton to proudly picking presidents, from adult males and females being disrespectfully called boy and girl to being respectfully presented as Mr. President and Madam Vice President. The truth be told, although we have come a long way, we still have a way to go. In closing, let us resolve that as we forge forward, we will commemorate our past.
Your time
and
has
embrace our
expired.
destiny, always remembering the
Mr.
hardships
Lemon.
people of African heritage have endured in tandem with the victories won in spite of the seemingly
Mr.
invincible
Lemon.
challenges emanating from insidious slavery.
Mr. Lemon, your time has expired. You have a 3-minute limit on debate. Now, I'm going to explain to you why the committee did not include that language in this resolution. Because resolutions form the basis for policy and legislative action, Mr. Lemon. That soliloquy, although very meaningful and historically accurate, does not provide the establishment of policy or lead to legislative action, and therefore it is not properly a part of this proposal.
May I respond, sir?
No,
With all
you may
due
not.
respect.
No, you may not. I will not have a soliloquy. I will not have an argument. Now, is there other debate? Question has been called. All those in favor of adoption of resolution number 14 will press your green button for approval, your red button if you oppose, and your yellow button to abstain. We're voting on resolution number 14. Green button for yes, red button for no, yellow button if you abstain.
We're going straight to veterans. We have nothing. I'm going to move that, and then she's going to close us out with veterans. I mean, with voting.
No, we have one emergency, and we have to come back to the one we tabled, which is environmental. And
That's
then-
her section.
Yeah, okay.
She's there for.
Oh, no, it's
We're in the middle of voting. Is the clicker not working?
We can close the vote. And the resolution number 14 is adopted by a vote of 964 to 55. I got it. For what purpose does the delegate at microphone 2 rise? Microphone 2. Microphone 2.
Hello? Oh, I'm Lee Moavinzadeh from branch 5689, and I wanted to move that we rescind our vote on resolution 2, allowing the gentlewoman from...
You are out of order.
No, I can make this motion.
If you were in the chair, you are out of order.
Not according to Robert's Rules of Order, which is
You are out of order.
So I can't move.
You are out of order. You are out of order. Veterans Affairs.
Okay. Mr. Chairman, I take extreme pleasure and honor in moving this singular.
There be order.
Mr. Chairman, I ask for a personal point of privilege. If all those who have donned the fiber of this nation, if during this resolution as I read, if you would please stand if you are able. We are the reasons that we are able to come here under this roof today and assemble to continue this great work, that freedom might extend to those yet unborn and democracy may one day be fully witnessed by those of us alive yet. So to the veterans in this room, thank you for your service. Our resolution is therefore, be it resolved, that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People will continue to litigate for the inclusion of diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives within the armed forces. And finally, resolve that the NAACP will continue to advocate for civil rights protections, especially in hiring and promotions of ethnic minorities within the federal government where evidence has proven disparate impact. Mr. Chairman, I boldly move concurrence of this resolution.
Motion is to approve the Veterans Affairs Resolution and all of those who are in favor of the resolution will press your green button. And if you oppose, press your red button. We're opening voting rights. There we go. Veterans Affairs. If you favor approval of the resolution on Veterans Affairs, you will press your green button, red button to say no, yellow button to abstain. All right. Has everybody voted on the Veterans Affairs packet? There's two. There's two. There's two. Bragg. Bragg. You moved both of them, right?
Move the section, I'm sorry, didn't read the second one. I can read the second resolution if you want me to.
I want to make sure that we're clear. We're voting on the Veterans Affairs section, which are Veterans Affairs 1 and 2. 1 and 2. All those in favor will press your green button. Those opposed, press your red button, and to abstain, press your yellow button. We're voting on Veterans Affairs Resolutions 1 and 2. Mr. Bragg got very carried away on 1 and forgot to tell you you were voting on 2 too. All right, and voting can close. And the voting is closing. And the Veterans Affairs resolutions have been adopted, 1,015 to 10. Ms. Robinson will come back for the voting rights section, and we have two amendments, and neither was accepted, so we'll come back and one was, which one?
Did we
We have no problems with the whereas coming from DeKalb County, Georgia.
Okay.
We have no problem with the whereas coming from Washington, D.C. Our concern is
Okay, delegates, we're almost there. We're almost there. This is the last one.
the resolve is the problem.
This is the last one in the committee's work, and then we have a few emergency resolutions. Under the voting rights section, I'll read the resolve portion. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms our resolution supporting efforts to protect and expand voting rights, improve access to the electoral process, and enhance overall civic engagement among Black and Brown Americans from 2002, 2004, 2005, 2007, 2012, 2013, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 24. Be it further resolved that the NAACP reiterates this resolve to challenge all attempts by states or the federal government to implement legislation that makes voting difficult for voters of color. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP calls upon Congress to introduce and enact the John R. Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act, and the NAACP will continue to educate communities about voting rights threats, engage in advocacy against restricted laws, and actively mobilize to oppose voter suppression at the local, state, and national levels. Mr. Chair, I move the resolution. There were two amendments that the committee rejects.
All right. Motion is to approve the resolution as presented. There are two amendments on the floor. Mr. Kipley Carr of the great state of Georgia, you are recognized at microphone number 2 to present your amendment, rather.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. It was great to see you today. Very simply, delegates, leadership, in the state of Georgia, after the 2020 election, there were numerous instances where local election boards undertook mass challenges to voter registration. Also, just in the past month, we've had an election denier appointed to one of our local election boards in the state of Georgia, a person with a notorious history of challenging voter registrations. And this particular person, Mr. Chairman, has attempted to wipe thousands of voters off the roll. We continue to see individuals like this, their names submitted to local election boards, and we feel that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People, speaking as the youngest person ever to serve as a political action chair anywhere in these United States, Kentucky in 1995, we need to take a strong stand with regard to election deniers, Mr. Chairman. I yield the floor and thank you.
You need to move.
Excuse me, thank you. And I move for the approval of the amendment that I've submitted.
You heard Mr. Carr's amendment, which is to add a whereas that whereas throughout the country, so-called election deniers are being named to local election boards so that they will refuse to properly certify elections, file numerous challenges regarding voter eligibility simply to frustrate the democratic process all throughout the country. That is his new whereas clause. His motion is to amend by adding that. Does he have support? I heard support. On his amendment, is there discussion? Is there discussion? We are voting on, I don't see any, oh, okay, there's somebody at microphone 8. Microphone number 8.
Hi, Mr. Chair. I submitted the second amendment, so.
We are not on the second amendment. We are on Mr. Carr's amendment. He has moved it. I have asked if there is discussion on Mr. Carr's amendment. Seeing none, the question has been called. All of those who favor adding Mr. Carr's amendment to the resolution will press your green button. And if you oppose it, press your red button. And if you are not sure and want to abstain, press your yellow button. We are on Mr. Kip Carr's amendment to the voting rights resolution, adding a whereas clause with respect to voting deniers, or election deniers, as it were. And the voting can close. Mr. Carr's amendment is adopted by a vote of 916 to 55. Now, we're going to move now back to microphone number 8, and you are Ms. Nina Taylor.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Nina Taylor. I represent the Washington, D.C. branch 7001B. 52 American cities are using ranked choice voting, most recently Washington, D.C., with 19 states preemptively banning it. 20 states have open primaries, with 2 additional ballot initiatives moving across the country and a legal challenge in Maryland. Approval voting is used in 2 American cities, with statewide enacting legislation with bipartisan bill sponsors in Maryland, Utah, and New Hampshire. Star voting narrowly lost its ballot initiative in Eugene, Oregon last year, and has advocated for the system in Washington State and California. Meanwhile, academia has published white papers reviewing proportional systems of Ireland and Canada to re-engineer American democracy. And citizen-led assemblies have popped up in Colorado and California with an aim to engage citizens in democracy, foster public participation, and restore faith in democratic processes. This isn't a warning shot. This is a crystal clear signal that there is a change at the ballot box, and the amendment calls for a proactive understanding on how these reforms impact Black and Brown communities, our older generations, and young voters. Voting rights includes voting reforms.
Ms. Taylor, you had 3 minutes. You got 1 minute and 26 seconds. You need to move your amendment.
Got it. So the amendment calls for the action to understand these reforms, to evaluate their effectiveness in boosting participation and representation in Black and Brown communities, ensuring that all data is disaggregated by race and geography, to provide clear insights on all units, whether to advocate for good policy solutions and how we might educate our communities of how to participate in these systems.
Do you have a motion?
I have a motion to my amendment that includes research on voting.
Ms. Taylor,
Yes, sir.
first of all,
I move.
teachable moment.
Yeah.
It behooves you to make your motion to your amendment before you make your speech.
Understood.
Your amendment is?
So my amendment to the resolution includes a call for the NAACP for thorough research.
What is the language, Ms. Taylor?
It's, if you put it up on this, the slides, it's achieving true racial equity in elections requires not only protecting existing voting rights, but evaluating and adopting equitable reforms. And so the language there is to call for thorough research and pilots programs on the reforms I've mentioned.
You move
adoption
of your amendment?
Yes.
Which is to amend the resolve clause such that it reads that the NAACP calls for thorough research and pilot programs on voting reforms such as approval voting, proportional representation, ranked choice voting, and open primaries. The NAACP specifically supports the need for research and pilot initiatives to evaluate their effectiveness in boosting participation and representation for Black and Brown communities, ensuring that all data is disaggregated by race and geography to provide clear insights for future considerations and recommendations. Is there a second? Properly moved and seconded. Is there further discussion? Microphone 10.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Brenda Harbin Forte from the Oakland chapter, branch 1051B.
Branch.
I'm sorry?
Branch.
Branch 1051B is what I said. Oakland branch 1051B, Oakland, California. I rise in opposition to the proposed amendment, not because many of the issues aren't important, but because this proposed amendment would require that the NAACP address issues that are actually quite local. I mentioned specifically Oakland, California, and I mentioned specifically, and my concern relates to ranked choice voting. It actually deprives us of our constitutional rights to vote. Our votes get thrown out. Our votes get watered down. Ranked choice voting deprives us of one person, one vote. In the 2022 mayor's election in Oakland, more than 3,000 ballots were thrown out because they were improperly filled out. Those voters lost their right to vote. Those votes were primarily in communities of color. It is very difficult to actually get qualified candidates elected under a ranked choice voting system. So while I think, yes, people should look at it, but it should be a local issue and not a national issue. And this amendment would open us up to say that we are studying it instead of allowing this to be handled by local jurisdictions. So I urge people to reject this proposed amendment. It is disastrous.
On the amendment, microphone 5. Microphone 5.
Hello. Hi, I'm Heather Jones Brown from 4014B,
branch of the Des Moines branch and the state of Iowa and Nebraska State Conference. I am just rising to be in favor of this amendment because I believe that if we can study and get information, then we can be able to properly inform our units at the local level to be able to make decisions that work best for their communities. Thank you.
Microphone 8.
Hello, I'm Aaron Myers, 7001B, Washington, D.C. branch. I said in support of the added language because it doesn't take a certain action other than the research needed to ensure this is something that the NAACP should be further supporting. So I said in support of this language. Thank you.
Microphone 7.
Good afternoon. Leroy Gadsden, Jamaica Branch, NAACP, New York State. Sir, we stand in support of the amendment. If we look around in the past 15 years, we've seen the federal government and the Supreme Court have attacked the right to vote for black folks. What her amendment is basically doing, said let's do research on ranked choice. What we've done in our survey, we've seen that the descendants of those who died and got their behind cut for the right to vote do not understand the whole ranked choice voting process. That's not going to encourage them to come to the polls. We do need further research and study on this. We lost Clause 2 of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. We lost that. There's another attack in the federal region, Section 8. We lost that. Our right to vote is being attacked. This is an attempt to dilute the black voting strength nationwide. Why not? We, the NAACP, we've always believed in the right to vote for people of color, and this ranked choice voting dilute that attempt for us. Therefore, her amendment called for further research and study. We need this amendment to pass, and I invite the delegates, please support our right to vote.
Microphone 5.
Yes, Kenneth Reeves, President of Branch 2047A, Cambridge, Massachusetts, also known as the People's Republic of Cambridge. We have had ranked choice voting for decades, and we are a majority white city with a majority people of color elected group of people. The issue with ranked choice voting is that the people who run the elections have to make sure that voters understand how to rank their voices. So it's not the system that is the problem, it's the voter education that is essential to go along with adopting this system. Thank you.
Microphone 10. Microphone 10.
Donald Gallimore Sr., Reno Sparks, Nevada, branch 1112B, and I'm against this. I've opposed this resolution because it is going to be diluting the vote, but it's also going to put a lot of pressure on the NAACP. We've already got our a lot of work to do, and I don't think that we have the manpower, woman power to actually perform a pilot program for all of these choices. So I want to oppose this.
Microphone 5.
William Reynolds, Akron, Ohio, 3169B. I rise in support of the amendment because I'm hearing what people are saying, but a national move starts out locally. Everything that happens is voted on in the localities. So I am in favor of this amendment because researching and learning more about these systems will help the votes and voters be better counted.
All right, I see no one. Oh, microphone 10.
Yes, my name is Cynthia Adams. I'm the president of the Oakland branch in NAACP 1051, and I am against the for ranked choice voting. It hit Oakland very hard with our seniors. That special lifetime members did not understand about ranked choice voting. We have to be very, very careful about this. We're going around letting everyone tell us what to do, but until we educate our community about ranked choice voting, we are losing our members. We are losing our community. 300, all those votes were thrown out. And we got to remember one thing, they worked hard for this. And I'm very hurt to see seniors coming to meetings crying and begging us about helping them about ranked choice voting. I do not like it. I feel the NAACP need to look into it better and stop listening to other people. Thank you.
Microphone number 4. You're calling the question. Question has been called. On the question of the amendment from Ms. Taylor, all those in favor of Ms. Taylor's amendment will press your green button. If you oppose Ms. Taylor's amendment, you will press your red button. We're not calling the question. I'm voting on the amendment. I'm voting on the amendment. We are voting on Ms. Taylor's amendment. If you are in favor of Ms. Taylor's amendment, you will press your green button. If you oppose Ms. Taylor's amendment, you will press your red button. And if you want to abstain, you will press your yellow button. We're voting on Ms. Taylor's amendment to the Voting Rights Act, Voting Rights Resolution. If you support her amendment, you will vote yes by pressing the green button. If you oppose her amendment, you will press the red button. If you wish to abstain, you will press the yellow button. No, we've got one tabled and one emergency. I have to have a motion to take it off the table. Right? We're voting on Ms. Taylor's amendment to the Voting Rights Resolution. Some of y'all are not voting. If you support her amendment, vote yes. If you oppose her amendment, vote no. If you're confused, please press your yellow button. And I am going to say that it's taking so long that you don't want to vote, so we can close the voting. And the amendment is adopted 524 to 174. We are moving now, staff, to, I'm going to begin. No, that, oh, that's true. They confused me. That's why you're here. We're moving to the resolution as amended. On the resolution as amended, is there further discussion? Question having been called, all those in favor of the motion will press your green button for yes, your red button for no, and if you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. while you're voting, you should have received copies of two resolutions. One is an emergency resolution, and it's being handed out on the floor now. It is with respect to dismantling of the Job Corps. That is the emergency resolution. The second resolution is the one that was previously tabled to staff. We will take up the emergency resolution first. And as soon as folks, Jaleel and everybody lets me know that people have their copies, does everybody have a copy of the resolution with respect to the Job Corps? Staff? Staff? Look in the package. Does everybody have a copy of the emergency resolution? Check your tables. All right, we're voting on the Voting Rights Act as amended, Voting Rights Resolution as amended. And we can close the vote. I've got the same what twice? Okay. And the resolution as amended has been adopted. All right, let me help you clarify. Give me both of them. The emergency resolution is the resolution with respect to the dismantling of the Job Corps. Look on your staff. It'll be the only resolution on your table with signatures on the back. Dismantling of the Job Corps. Do we have additional copies? The resolution, the dismantling of the Job Corps, people are saying they don't have it. Microphone 3. For what purpose do you rise? Microphone 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. While they are looking for the missing resolution, I do have a question. There was an attempt to put forth an amendment to a resolution.
I told the previous speaker they were out of order, Ms. Laws.
I do, but I want to ask you though, so did we suspend Robert's Rules of
Ms.
Order?
Laws,
I just want to know.
Under the same theory that I told the previous person they were out of order? Under the same principle. You may take your seat.
I'm trying to understand under what meeting governance rules are we using? Are we using Donald Trump's rules, like what I say goes?
Laws, you may cut off microphone 3 again. Thank you. Now, let me see if we have the other resolution. Do we have a resolution entitled NAACP reaffirms support for statehood and the democratic right to, where'd this come from? Oh, I know what this is. Okay, I know what this is. Yes. This is a resolution that was adopted by the Resolutions Committee but failed to be printed in your resolutions packet. And so it should be on your table as well. Reaffirming statehood. What is Jaleel passing out?
Do we have copies of these? They have. A lot of them have it on the table. They can either look at it on the screen or share with their neighbor at the table, because tables have them.
They were put on the table.
Yes, that is what I've been told. I didn't do it, but I was told that they were put on the tables. They are. So can they share the table with their neighbor or look on the screen?
For my clarification, does anybody have the resolution with respect to the statehood for the District of Columbia? All right, we're going to take that up now. We're taking that one up now. This is the one that was adopted by the Resolutions Committee in May but failed to make your packet. Y'all must have been bad and they didn't give y'all nothing. Read the screen and staff is reproducing and we will get you copies.
Okay. This resolution, the NAACP reaffirms support for statehood and the democratic right to self-determination for the people of the District of Columbia. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP reaffirms its previous resolutions of 1997, Home Rule, 2006, Home Rule, and support for statehood for Washington, D.C., its residents' fundamental right to democratic autonomy and self-governance free from congressional interference and federal overreach. And be it further resolved that the NAACP calls on Congress and the executive branch to respect the democratically elected representatives of the people of Washington, D.C., its democratically enacted laws, and to cease the use of appropriations riders, budget overrides, executive orders, and other mechanisms that undermine the rights of D.C. residents and violate decades of precedent that the district government be exempted from partisan congressional budget negotiations and potential federal shutdowns. And be it further resolved that the NAACP will continue to elevate and advocate for the issue of D.C. statehood as the most effective and permanent solution to ensuring full representation and self-determination for D.C. residents. And be it finally resolved that the NAACP will mobilize its members, units, partners. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will mobilize its members, chapters, and partners to educate the public. It should be units. That's what I thought. Be it finally resolved that the NAACP will mobilize its members, units, and partners to educate the public and policymakers on the importance of D.C. autonomy and statehood, and to support legislative and organizing efforts to promote the full enfranchisement of the people of the District of Columbia. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Motion is to adopt the resolution with respect to supporting for statehood and the democratic right to self-determination for the people of the District of Columbia. Is there discussion? Microphone number 2.
Hello, my name is Tatiana James. I am a representative from the North Carolina A&T branch of the NAACP, and I would like to raise a point of order in regards to the basis for which we operate during the resolutions process.
We are on debate with respect to the resolution on the District of Columbia. Microphone 1, you are recognized. Microphone 1.
My name is Samantha Nlovu from the Muncie Youth Council 3845B. Mr. Chairman, can I request a move? Oh, not now? My apologies.
On the resolution in support of statehood for the District of Columbia.
My apologies, I will step back.
On the resolution with respect to statehood for the District of Columbia. No. Question has been called for. All those in favor of the resolution supporting statehood for the District of Columbia will press your green buttons. If you oppose statehood, press your red button. If you don't care about statehood for the District of Columbia, press your yellow button. Okay. We're voting on support for statehood for the District of Columbia. We are voting in support of statehood for the District of Columbia. If you favor statehood, press your green button. If you are opposed to the resolution, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. And we can close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 986 to 39. All right. We're moving to the emergency resolution, dismantling of the Job Corps. Has 3 signatures on the back. It's an emergency resolution because the action that created the need for the resolution took place after the May 1st deadline for resolutions to this committee. Ms. Robinson.
Dismantling of Job Corps. Therefore, be it resolved that the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People strongly condemns the actions to dismantle Job Corps and calls for the immediate reinstatement of the Job Corps program in all jurisdictions. And be it finally resolved that all NAACP units should advocate for the continuation of Job Corps with their respective members of Congress, federal officials with jurisdiction over appropriations, funding, the United States Department of Labor, and other officials of the executive branch to maintain and properly fund this vital program through the 2026 budget and beyond. Mr. Chairman, I move adoption.
Been moved and properly seconded that we adopt the resolution, the emergency resolution with respect to dismantling of the Job Corps. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor of the motion? Oh, I'm sorry, microphone number 9, didn't see way back there.
Hello.
You got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to be in support of this. Job Corps is very essential to the youth and the early adults, and dismantling it without an alternative is not only wrong, it's unconsiderate to what these students have worked hard to do in Job Corps. As a general contractor, I am all for support on this. So, thank you.
Any other unreadiness? Any other unreadiness? I don't see anybody. Question has been called for. All those in favor of this resolution will press your green button for yes, your red button for no, and your yellow button if you wish to abstain. Green button for yes, red button for no, and your yellow button if you wish to abstain. Who's going to make the motion to lift from the table? Yeah. Yeah. What? That's it. No, no, no. You're reading it.
Denise is coming to do it.
No, Denise. It's a resolution. We don't know that. I didn't see her. I ain't seen that. I ain't seen that. What? Don't come up here with no amendment. First thing you got to do is get it on. We ain't going through all that. You know what we can do? I can refer it to the board. You can close the vote. You can close the vote. And the resolution with respect to the Job Corps is adopted. 1029 to 18. We have one last item before you should have in front of you a rewritten resolution with respect to environmental justice. I recognize Ms. Denise Abdurrahim.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Delegates, we would like to take I move to take the Environmental Affairs Resolution number 2 off of the table.
It's properly moved and seconded that we take Environmental Resolution number 2 off the table as it has been rewritten. And I'm just going to do a voice vote on this. All of those in favor of removing the resolution from the table so that it can be considered here will simply say aye. Aye. Those who oppose, hearing none. Now, I call on Ms. Robinson to read it.
Data centers' impact on energy demand. Therefore, be it resolved that the NAACP advocates and demands community benefits agreements that require benefits such as water scarcity and electricity, high burdens, community benefits plan and jobs, contracts, and clean energy development agreements that will benefit Black people and their communities. Be it further resolved that the NAACP advocates for additional quantitative and qualitative analysis regarding guidelines to ensure community-based leadership for monitoring toxic air pollution, water contamination and usage, and energy demands. Be it further resolved that the NAACP urges Congress to pass legislation to demand transparency and standardized methodology regarding data and usage of water, energy, and emissions linked to data centers, as well as a reduction of these resources and better regulate the increased demand of fossil fuels for data centers. Be it further resolved that state and local governments create additional benchmarks for data centers for meaningful disclosure and accountability regarding environmental threats such as algorithmic impact assessment. Be it finally resolved, the NAACP advocates with our partner organizations for more intersectional conversations and community-led training and policy decisions regarding digital industrial usage of water, energy, and greenhouse gas emissions. Mr. Chair, I move adoption.
Properly moved and seconded that we adopt the resolution on data center impact on energy demand. Is there discussion? Is there discussion? Seeing none. All those in favor of the motion will press your green button for yes, red button for no, and yellow button if you abstain. it, right? That's it? That's it? That's it. We good. Has every delegate voted? If you favor the motion, press your green button. If you're opposed to the motion, press your red button. If you wish to abstain, press your yellow button. And you can close the voting. And the resolution is adopted 973 to 20. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I am exceedingly happy, exceedingly pleased. Let me first of all say this. Let me say this. Thank you for hanging in here. Thank you for your participation. Thank you for your commitment. And thank you for getting over 140 resolutions into the Resolutions Committee in a timely fashion by the May 1st deadline this year. A lot of work, a lot of work. And so we thoroughly appreciate the fact that you want to engage in this legislative process and that you are aware that this process is how we make policy at the NAACP. These resolutions came from you. They came from your branches, your youth councils, your college chapters, and your state conferences. And so this is your work that we are working on. May not be pretty all the time, but it is what it is. So let me thank you for your participation. Let me call, I think, on the Reverend. Is the Reverend backstage? Yeah, is that who he is? Oh, it's Abba's turn? Where's Abba? We got one last thing. Abba.
There's this fascinating little thing called sex.
You're cute, you're fun, so what better man to pop my dating cherry? Oh my God.
Beyond the Gates. It's a CBS Super Soapy Summer.
Do you want to have some fun?
I hate missing it. Chelsea's in love.
You were totally checking me out.
Danny's in lust.
Let me show you what a creative man can be.
Nicole's just pissed off.
Leave my family alone.
Martin. Martin is still a little lost.
What do you want? Just to watch you squirt. Maybe we should just come clean. Don't you dare.
You are playing with fire.
Hell was made for people like you, Leslie. Enjoy the burn.
Beyond the Gates. New CBS weekdays and streaming on Paramount Plus.
Hello, everyone. How great is that trailer? It's a lot of drama. My name is Abba Blankson. I'm the Chief Marketing and Communications Officer, and I'm so glad to be back in front of you this afternoon. This is an exciting time in the world of entertainment. In case you didn't already know, the NAACP is a producing partner along with CBS Studios and Procter & Gamble Studios for the hottest new daytime drama on network television, Beyond the Gates. Have you all seen it? Not only...
Ladies and gentlemen, if you give Abba your attention, we can get you out of here really quick.
Thank you, Chair. Not only that, it is a historic production as the first Black-led daytime drama on TV. And can we get a hand for that? It's juicy, it's modern, it's not your mother's stories or your grandmother's stories from back in the day. And it breaks the daytime soap opera mold by being told in our voice with our stories. But we need you in the audience to keep it going. We need you to keep it going. We ask you to watch with us, tune in to your local CBS channel, or stream it on Paramount+. And better yet, do both. Do both. You can also follow the lives of the Fairmount Crest crew on screen and behind the scenes through our social media channels. We drop exclusive footage, cast interviews, and sneak peeks you won't find anywhere else. And yes, we've got something major news coming, so follow at NAACP on all platforms to be the first to know. You can also scan the QR code on the screen or text GATES to 20707 to stay connected. You don't want to miss what's next. If you're a fan of the show, definitely follow. If you haven't watched yet, tune in. And I thank you for helping us continue to make history on entertainment and television. Thank you.
Alrighty, today was amazing. We accomplished so much, but there is much more work to be done. We cannot sleep on the current administration as it does not have our best interests at heart. But together through unity and understanding, we can continue to uplift our communities, advancing education, entrepreneurship, culture, and advocacy, while always respecting where we've come from. We are not just celebrating our past, we are actively shaping our future, and we prove that here today. So I challenge each of us today, whether you're a youth or elder, innovator or supporter, to seize this moment. This is our time to act boldly, uplift each other fiercely, and keep the momentum alive. Because the power to transform our community and the world is in our hands now more than ever. Thank you, and let's continue the work we started today, because the urgency of now is our call to action. Thank you.
To bring the benediction, please welcome Reverend Dr. Daryl Antonio Blue of Little Rock AME Zion Church.
Good afternoon. Let us pray. Eternal God, our keeper, our wisdom, our justice, as we close this strategic session of purpose and resolution, we pause with gratitude for the vision, courage, and clarity that has shaped our time together. We know that this work is not easy, but it is necessary, and we embrace the fierce urgency of now. We thank you for every voice lifted, every motion made, every resolution considered, not as mere words on paper, but as instruments of transformation for such a time as this. As Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, we are not satisfied with the world as we have found it. Lord, we stand at the crossroad of crisis and opportunity, stirring us a righteous discomfort with injustice and a relentless resolve to dismantle every system that chokes dignity and stifles equity. Give us the courage to be culturally rooted, never forgetting the wisdom of our ancestors, the songs of our struggle, and the strength that brought us through. Grant us wisdom to craft solutions that directly address the urgent challenges facing our communities, and bind us together across all lines of difference, that we may rise as one, undaunted, unshaken, and unstoppable. Let our resolutions not rest in silence, but rise with action. Let our commitment be more than seasonal. Let it be daily, deliberate, and deeply rooted in love for our people. Let every resolution passed here today become a living seed, planted with intention, watered with effort, and harvested in justice. Make us strategically engaged, organizing not just for moments, but for movements that change minds, shift policies, and saves lives. Go forth in power, in purpose, and in peace. Amen.
Thank you for joining us in today's resolutions meeting. Feel free to explore the other events being held today and stop by the hub to see an array of vendors and visit the NAACP shop. Join us tomorrow as we conclude our convention with morning sessions and closing ceremonies at the Evening of Excellence. Have a great rest of your day.